Well, I've got 9:30, so we will go ahead and just get rolling here. I just wanted to do a quick welcome and a little bit of logistics for you before we really get started. My name is Jan Thomas. For those of you who don't know me, I am the training coordinator and program manager here at the Center for Technical Development, and I'm joined with my coworker Mike Palguda. He is our training coordinator with CTD as well. So we are here just to kind of help facilitate in the background. And I just wanted to make sure that you all know the CTD and have our resources available. So we'll drop a few links in the chat. We have our website with all kinds of good stuff on it. We have a newsletter that comes out once a month and sometimes more often for special announcements, trainings and whatnot that come up. So hopefully you saw this training through our newsletter and we're able to go to the website to get all the details on it. Want to make sure you know about those things. And then also just always want to put out a call that if you need training, if there's a subject that you want more information on, if you have an idea for a webinar or a training, please reach out and let us know. A lot of our trainings and webinars are driven by requests and content from you all. So please always feel free to reach out if you have ideas. We are recording the webinar and it will be posted on our website in our training library, and also CTD has a YouTube channel and that's where you can find all of our trainings as well. So we'll put those links in the chat. We are going to try to hold questions until the end of each presentation today. So if you have a question that's just a clarifying detail, we could maybe get that in the middle of a presentation, but otherwise I think we'll try to hold to the end of each presentation for questions. You can ask questions by raising your hand and just asking it live. That sometimes works easier, especially if you have kind of a scenario to talk through. Or feel free to put things in the chat as well. We'll be monitoring that. We are in kind of a meeting mode here, so everyone has control over their own video and audio. So please do keep yourself on mute unless you're speaking, and we'll try to help corral that as well if we have any rogue unmuting. I think that's everything, and I'm just going to turn it over to Jean. She's kind of our MC for the day, so she's going to outline our day here together and get us started.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jan. Appreciate it. And thank you all very much for being here. I think you're in for a real treat. We've got a great training for you. Thanks for taking time to really take a little bit deeper dive into cultural resources, such an important topic. And we have a terrific panel of folks with us today. I want to thank all the presenters in advance. We have Kim Lancaster, who many of you know. Kim is an archaeologist and works for the Cascadia Conservation District. Lots of you have worked with Kim or talked to her on the phone. We also have Gideon Kaufman, who's an archaeologist from the city of Oak Harbor. Gideon is also a member of the Jamestown Sklallam tribe, and he's going to be talking about tribal consultation and tribal relations. Please make sure you don't miss that section. And then we also have Dr. Rob Whitland with us today. He is a state archaeologist, and he has generously made himself available this morning to talk with us. I'm going to share my screen and show you the agenda, our sort of plan for the day. Hopefully that's showing up for you. So we're going to start out with Kim Lancaster talking about cultural resources and why they're important. And then Dr. Whitlam's going to give us an overview of archaeology in the state of Washington and what the legal requirements are for protection of cultural resources in our state. We're going to try for a lunch break around 11:45-ish. And then I'm going to talk after lunch at sort of a high process level about the compliance system that we have in place at the Commission for projects that we fund and how that works. And then Kim is going to come along and go into more detail about how you can work it successfully, how to fill out the Easy Fund form, what kinds of information, project, that kind of thing. So I'm going to be doing kind of broad strokes, and then Kim's going to get into a lot more detail. And then we're going to have a short break. I'm just also going to talk about, the Unanticipated Discovery Plan, which is an important piece of protection here. And then we're going to have a short break. And then, as I said, Gideon Kaufman is going to talk about tribal relations and tribal consultation. I know everybody's busy, but please don't miss his talk. You will not be sorry. He was with us for the last training, and I got a lot out of it. Everybody had great reviews, so please don't miss that. So that's our plan for the day. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Kim.
All righty, can everybody hear me? Good deal. All righty, so Jan's going to help me with the slide. There we go, thank you. I'm a little bit technically challenged, so everybody bear with me and we'll get through this. I wanted to talk today to start out the morning on kind of a broad topic. What are cultural resources? And then we'll get into a little bit about why they are important, why we care about them. Next slide. Okay, so I started out, I'm going to start this out with some definitions. I looked it up and there are a number of different definitions. You can find a whole range of them. So I chose a couple that I felt did a good job of covering the topic. The first one, cultural resources. Cultural resources include any prehistoric or historic remains or indicators of past human activities. This next one's maybe a little more straightforward. Cultural resources include artifacts, sites, structures, landscapes, and objects. And then the last one that I chose to put up here was cultural resources are of importance to a culture or community for scientific, historic, spiritual, aesthetic, or other reasons. And if you take all those together and you condense them down to Grant Smith from NRCS's simple definitions, that might make it easier for planners and folks who are new to cultural resources. And the first simple definition that I borrowed from Grant is anything made or modified by man that is more than 50 years old. And then to touch on a topic that doesn't fit into that as well, we also look at Native American sacred sites, which could be plant gathering locations or spiritual locations that are known as traditional cultural properties. And those types of sites, those types of cultural resources may not be something that you would readily recognize on the landscape. And that's part of the reason that we consult with tribal parties and ask them for their input when we do projects so that they can voice concerns they may have that pertain to sites that we may not recognize on the ground that are important to them. Next slide. So why are cultural resources important and why do we care about them? Cultural resources are non-renewable and often yield unique information about past societies and environments with implications for modern issues. This reasoning for why they're important statement comes from the NRCS. FSA had another take on it, which cultural resources are non-renewable resources that are important to our nation's history as they tell the story of our human past and interactions with the natural environment. And then I think the one that speaks the most to me, I took from the National Park Service. I've worked for them in the past, and their statement was cultural resources are not valuable in and of themselves. They are to be treasured for the connections they provide between people and cultural traditions. And this one speaks to me. I think of it in my career as an archaeologist. I like to look at when I started out, and I think I meet a lot of people, planners that are this way. What's the most interesting thing you've ever found? Or, it's all about the things. It was all about the projectile points. It was all about mapping the site. It was all about just the little individual pieces of a site. And after I was in the field for a while, I started having different questions came to mind. It wasn't so much about looking at this one projectile point and measuring the length and the width and the dimension, what material it was made of. It started to be about what those things could tell me about the people that had left them behind. And I think that's what this statement gets to. It's the connections of all these things that we might find and what it can tell us about people and cultural traditions. Next slide. So I'm going to have some slides here with some pictures that are going to show different cultural resources, different types of sites, and the kinds of values that we look at these different sites. So prehistoric artifacts, historic archaeological sites, and special use sites are all cultural resources that may have aesthetic, historical, scientific, or spiritual value. I've got a picture of a projectile point here, and projectile points, artifacts, can provide information on the age of a site, culture that it is associated with, and they definitely have aesthetic value. They are beautiful pieces of workmanship. The bottom photo there is of the remains of an old root cellar from a historic site. I thought this was an interesting structure. It had an air vent, and yeah, that was a good one. And then the other photo here is a field full of camas, a meadow just full of camas that may have been a important gathering site for Native American groups. And so this would have spiritual value. Let's go on to the next slide. I've got some historic structures here, historic buildings and structures like this lookout, and this is a view of Deception Pass Bridge, possess historical value and I would argue aesthetic values for sure. This lookout, I believe this is the Badger Mountain lookout, Douglas County, and it was constructed by Civilian Conservation Corps members in the 1930s. During that period, the Civilian Conservation Corps participated in a lot of projects in our state, and the importance of fire lookouts was huge during that time period. Over the last almost 100 years, we have other technologies. We can use infrared heat sensors. We do a lot of flyovers of plane sightings, and lookouts are becoming less frequent. Nowadays, most lookouts are manned by volunteers, and there is a great deal of historical value in our lookouts that are remaining. The Deception Pass Bridge, I imagine, is quite the engineering feat. I am not an engineer, but it is just a work of beauty. And this photo really captures it. Next slide. Historic residences, farms, structures, farm implements, and debris scatters are all examples of cultural resources that may possess historical, scientific, and or aesthetic value. The house that is in this photo on the upper left is the Hovander house in Ferndale. And it's a great example. The Hovander Park is a great example of pioneer farming. And this home has been maintained and retains its historical values. Farm equipment, we find old implements all the time while we're out doing surveys, and they can provide a lot of information on how homesteaders and folks in the earlier decades of the 20th century farmed the land in our state. And then can dumps, debris scatters. There's a lot of information that can be gained actually from debris scatters. This one, I believe, dated to the 30s, and I was able to determine that from maker's marks on bottles, styles of cans, and other diagnostic artifacts that were in that debris scatter. And so that had definitely historic value. Next slide. Objects made or used by humans are cultural resources that also may possess scientific, aesthetic, spiritual, and/or historical value. And I just picked out an assortment here of different pre-contact or historic objects that we find while we're doing surveys. The upper left, we have some net weights that were used by Native Americans when they were fishing, projectile point. I believe this is a basket from the Wenatchee tribe, I believe, the Wenatchee band. And then we've got some horseshoes and some railroad spikes. And these are all things that archaeologists find while doing surveys across the state. And they all have these important different values that inform on past cultures and subsistence and things that we're looking at while we are conducting our surveys. Next slide. These sites are near and dear to my heart. I spent many years working down in the American Southwest and just had to bring a little bit of that into it. Each of these is an example of sites that have aesthetic and spiritual value as well as historical or scientific value. In the upper right, we have Dollhouse, which is a Lake Pueblo One ancestral Puebloan site. And then we have House on Fire, which is another one that is a site that's, you see this structure quite often in photographic journals, calendars. It's all over the place because of the aesthetic value. It's just beautiful. And then Newspaper Rock down at the bottom is a rock art site that's also in southeastern Utah. And like I said, to me, all of these, it's obvious they hold aesthetic value. And they're also very important to the ancestral Puebloans that created these sites. And scientific value, there's a lot that we can learn about social interaction and social organization, subsistence practices through the study of these types of sites. Next slide. And this one I touched on very, very briefly at the beginning, these traditional cultural properties, traditional use areas that can be less noticeable. And you may not be aware that your project is in the middle of or overlaps with a traditional cultural property. But these resource locations and other spiritual sites have value to the Native American peoples associated with them. And that is just one of many reasons that we work hard to form good relations with tribes and include them in the process of our cultural resource planning and reviews so that we can do what we can do all that we can to make sure that we are not having a negative impact on these important areas. And then the next slide. Okay, so I want to talk just a bit about why we conduct cultural resources reviews. Why do we do it? Well, for one, it's the law. There are a number of federal laws that have been put in place to protect cultural resources. Some of those that most of you have probably heard about, the NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. Another one that you've probably heard of, the National Historic Preservation Act. And then the Archaeological Resource Protection Act, ARPA. There are others. That was just a few of the more common ones you may have heard of, and those are at the federal level. But then at the state level, in Washington State, we have a number of RCWs that have been put in place that provide protections for cultural resources, including the Abandoned and Historic Cemeteries Act, the Indian Graves and Records Act, and Washington Archaeological Sites and Resources Law, and the Governor's Executive Order 2102, and for commission funded projects for state level projects throughout the state. We follow the Governor's Executive Order 2102. And there'll be a lot more discussion about that later on in the day. But suffice to say, it's a guideline that provides us with the background and the reasoning for and how to follow the cultural resources review process. And then finally, I'm going to not use up all my time here. Finally, I think that I like to always come at people when they say, why do we do this? Why are we doing this? And we're doing it because it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do. As I said earlier, cultural resources are non-renewable. And if you impact them, if you destroy them, they're gone. They're gone and they can't be replaced. So it's everybody's responsibility to do what we can to lessen impacts to cultural resources and do what we can to protect and conserve them. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions to that. I went too fast.
Yeah. Thank you, Kim. Any questions for Kim? You can raise your hand or put them in the chat. Okay. Well, we might be able to move on a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm not sure. Rob, are you with us and are you ready?
Yes,
Okay.
this is Rob here, and my camera is off for the bandwidth there to make sure everything works okay. And if you give me a thumbs up, I know that my microphone is working okay. There is a fan in the background. I don't know if that's rumbling away, but hopefully, oh, good. Okay,
Loud and
well,
clear.
Kim, hey, thank you for that introduction. And what I would like to do in my allotted time is take and give you kind of a broad brush overview of Washington archaeology and kind of showing you the kinds of sites there, elaborating what Kim has shown you, and give you a tour across the state and through time. So I'm going to share right now and put this in the display mode. And let's see. Okay. Hey, is that showing up as the?
We've got you, but we've got your presenter view.
Oh, okay, let me see if I can change it to this one. Did that work?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you for bearing with me.
So yeah, there's one person.
Okay, so what I'm going to do.
So she is.
Hello? Is this working okay?
Oh, sorry, we had a rogue unmute, but we've got him muted
Oh,
now, so you're good.
okay.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, my name's Rob Whitlam, and I think many of you have seen or gotten a letter from me as part of the Executive Order 2102 process. 2102, as Jean will be talking and Kim later today, requires that any entity receiving state money, the state agency, consult with our office, our department, and the concerned tribal governments on their state-funded project. And so our office is a small cabinet agency. that has a big mission. As Kim noted, we deal with the protection and stewardship of cultural resources. And cultural resources, as she had mentioned, involves both archaeology, historic buildings or historic structures such as bridges, dams, infrastructure like that, and traditional cultural places and places of cultural and religious significance to tribal governments. So what I'm going to do in this slide, and I believe I can control it here, correct, Kim and Jean? And you're seeing the second slide of Washington here, and it shows you kind of the current biogeography of Washington. And one of the things to kind of understand in terms of the cultural resources in Washington is that they reflect kind of both people's use for the last 14,000 years of living on the land. And that landscape, as we look at it now, varies dramatically from coastal rainforests and maritime coastlines, salt water, to in temperate rainforests up until you go to subalpine forests, and then into alpine and glaciated areas, and then down over the mountains into eastern Washington, with a variety going from dry ponderosa pine forests through sage steppe habitat. And across those biomes, you have rivers that cross-cut those different environments with a rich, renewable kind of andromous resource of fisheries and other protein-rich species. People have lived in these different environments and their resources for the last 13 or 14,000 years, and they adapted to the particular circumstances and resources that are available to them. So every jurisdiction, every county in the state has archaeology and has people that have been living there for thousands of years, and they're represented today by tribes that still reside in Washington and some that are outside of our current state boundaries that we routinely consult with. So typically, for 2102 and for any kind of cultural resource issue, our office and you may be dealing with one or more of the 29 tribes that are resident in Washington, or the half dozen or more that are outside our current boundaries, such as those in Idaho, like the Coeur d'Alene, Nez Perce, or Umatilla, Warm Springs, Grand Ronde, and Oregon. And even in some instances, we have First Nations that are involved in projects in Canada that have traditional lands in what was one is now Washington. So we deal routinely with a large number of tribes, and the laws reflect that requirement to consult with them in a meaningful manner in terms of informing them about your proposed project, because each one of these different environments and every county has archaeology in it, reflecting thousands of years of human use. And depending on the type of the environment, it not only structured the kind of use of that landscape in times past, but also it structures even today the kind of preservation of the archaeology. So you vary from coastal rainforests where you may have the rapid degradation of perishable artifacts, except in some unusual circumstances, to glacier areas, to dry ponderosa pine forests and sage steppe habitats, where again you have variable kind of preservation and different environmental and geological forces that alter the landscape over time. Well, one of the other things is that Washington also has been subject to dramatic environmental changes in the last 14 or 15,000 years. We've had a number, and I don't know how well my little cursor shows here, but I'm right at the upper left-hand corner, and we've had a whole variety of volcanic eruptions from about 12,000 years ago up till more recent times of Mount St. Helens S in 1980, 81, that has kind of altered the landscape in dramatic and catastrophic ways and has kind of left its signature on the landscape. The last ice age, here 13 to 14,000 years ago, here in the lower right hand, covered a good third of the northern part of Washington state and extended down in western Washington down past Olympia, and channeled and otherwise established a series of kind of post-glacial lakes, one that resulted in the ice movement at the Puget Sound and Lake Russell, and then a series of catastrophic floods in eastern Washington that created what is known as the Channel Scablands in that far right upper picture. And I've lost my little cursor here somewhere. And that's the Channel Scablands outside Pullman, where a series of post-glacial floods from Lake Missoula flooded the Channel Scablands and carved out that dramatic landscape that we see there today. We also had a series in the upper center of a series of coastal shoreline changes, where sea level in the past 13,000 years has changed dramatically. And as a consequence of that, we have very dramatic kind of paleo shorelines, and this is in the San Juan Islands. And a thumbs up if you can kind of see my cursor. Here's the current beach down here, a beach here, a beach here, a beach here. And so each one of these beaches has an archaeological site reflecting a different point in time. And even in the more recent past, here we have in Puget Sound area an original native prairie. But you can see the current kind of land use practices has allowed trees and forests to invade this original prairie habitat. And so you see the march of the trees coming into it. Well, archaeology, as Kim noted, deals with artifacts, evidence of the kind of human past. And here are some kind of typical examples of those artifacts. The large projectile point on the left side of your screen is a point that was found in East Wenatchee, and it was used to hunt extinct forms of mammoth and mastodon. It's about 12 inches long, and they were found in a series of cache, and I'll show some pictures of that. These is in the upper right is a harpoon from the Olympic Peninsula for hunting whales that goes back hundreds, if not thousands of years. And you can see Native peoples didn't have iron tools back then, but they would use either stone or bone or mussel shell to make tools and implements. So this is a mussel shell harpoon blade with a deer antler toggling harpoons to fasten it. And the lanyard rope of the harpoon is woven cedar bark lanyard, and it has a cedar bark sheath to keep anyone from getting cut with it. This is a 10,000-year-old needle on the coin. And again, it was found in the Palouse. And so we know 10,000 years ago, people were using needles and making finely tailored clothing. And this is a more kind of recent example of just mortar matate, the kind of original kind of Vegematic or Cuisinart or what have you, of processing vegetable and root crops, just found left there on the forest floor where you could find it today. Well, archaeological sites aren't only a record of the human past. Archaeological sites are also a record of the biological and botanical and geological past. So think of archaeological sites as a rare book in that on looking at the pages, you can understand not only the human history, but also the archaeological history of the past. And so here, for the biologists amongst us, this lighted part is a contemporary museum specimen. This fragment of the skull is a fragment from an archaeological site that was associated with that bone needle. And you know what this is? This is an Arctic fox. No longer in Washington, extirpated at the end of the Pleistocene. And now it's found only in Alaska and Yukon, Northwest Territories, much farther north. So we know there was a time in the past where Arctic fox, were outside Pullman. So biological changes in species. This lower picture has a contemporary cow skull there. And then you have extinct form of bison. These are bison antiquus, and we also had bison residing in Washington. And I don't know if anyone knows when the last free-ranging bison was killed in Washington or where, but I believe it was in the 1840s or 50s around Colfax. But this extinct form of bison was found on San Juan Island during a wetland pond enhancement project. And so there were bison hunters of the San Juans 13,000 years ago. If you're interested in fish history, restoration, salmon history, look to an archaeological site. These are the 10,000-year-old salmon bones from the Snake River. And also along the Snake River in an archaeological site are these freshwater shells. What's interesting about the freshwater shells, like any shell, it has an annual growth ring like a tree. And so if you cross-section the shell from the archaeological site, you'll see the little growth bands. And you can date those growth bands, and you can create a timeline of shell growth for a period in time associated with the archaeological site, 6, 7, 8,000 years ago. And what's distinctive about the shell growth is that shell growth is related to water temperature. So you can use the shell growth as a proxy to reconstruct paleo water temperatures based upon the shells in archaeological sites. So again, there's a whole suite of biological information if you're interested in past environments. And this, of course, and here is the top photo center is one of seeds and botanical remains recovered from an archaeological site. This Petri dish here is filled with carbonized camas bulbs. And you recall Kim showed you a picture of the sea of blue of camas in bloom. These are carbonized seeds from a cooking feature associated with one of those camas meadows. And they date back to about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago for camas processing. Well, I mentioned how it's a biological and series of kind of faunal and botanical remains that can yield insight about biogeography and species extinction or species biogeography. The same thing in looking at the stratigraphy of an archaeological site. And here, this upper one, you see a coastal site, the underlying dune sands, the soils and midden size developed by Native American occupancy, and then the tsunami sand layer established by a great tsunami earthquake around 1700 AD. And then you see there's been some subduction with tidal mud developing over it, and then the current kind of contemporary surface. So archaeology is important in understanding a variety of kind of different events, from tsunamis to, on this left-hand sequence, is a series of volcanic eruptions, a number of different ranging from Mazama eruption 6,600 years ago. Mount Mazama, of course, blew up, creating Crater Lake in Oregon. And here you see this in the archaeological site through a whole series of different kind of St. Helen tephras with different explosion dates from 4,000 to 2,200 to 1482 before to AD 1472 to the most recent one, 1980, near the surface. So archaeological sites are valuable from a variety of kind of different scientific, disciplinary, and cultural needs. One of the things about archaeological sites in the Pacific Northwest that is different than the desert Southwest is native peoples here went very gently on the land, and so you really need a trained eye to often find the sites. This is a historic site up in the San Juans. Again, this is a British camp when the British occupied part of Washington. Once you peel back the sod, you have thousands of years of Native American occupancy as a major village site. And in fact, the site goes out below into the intertidal zone at a different kind of sea level stand. So again, they're not always visible to the untrained eye. And we have archaeological sites from intertidal, marine coastal, to the crest of the Cascades. This one is out on the Olympic Peninsula by Cape Flattery, and you can see there's a little individual, there's an individual there, little in the photo, but these are canoe runs and other kind of rock features in the intertidal zone, ranging from canoe runs to fish traps and a variety of kind of rock features in the intertidal. Here we're at the crest of the Cascades, outside North Bend. This is the water supply for the city of Seattle. And you can see the lake level has changed over the last thousands of years. And there are little pin flags where archaeologists have identified the site. And they're able to calculate, based on the archaeological sites, different lake stands and different environmental regimes for the last 9,000 years. In fact, here's this site again, and when you take a cross section, I think that's Mount Mazama blowing up 6,600 years ago. So you can see archaeology, kind of this law of stratigraphy that Lyle talked about in geology for soil scientists here, that which is older is lower in the stratigraphic in any undisturbed stratigraphic sequence up to the kind of current surface today. And archaeological sites are from the surface to those that are in this lower right hand, which was discovered, as you can see, 30 or 40 feet below sea level in Seattle. This is a West Point treatment plant, a large $500 million project for the city of Seattle, King County's metro treatment facilities. There's one end of the pipeline there, another end here, and you kind of get a sense of scale by looking at the individuals, if you can see that. One end of the pipe there, the other pipe there, and in between them, the archaeological site is discovered deeply below the existing ground surface. And this is the archaeological site that documented the subduction tectonic earthquake evidence for Puget Sound and subduction earthquakes at the West Point site. Well, unlike kind of the East Coast, Europeans arrived here later in the mid to later 1700s, and they came via maritime exploration. British under Vancouver and Cook, Americans under Gray and others. And when they came here in the 1700s, what they discovered on the coast were dense, hierarchically arranged societies with monumental art and architecture. And you can see the size of some of the buildings and the size of canoes and dense populations. And so Northwest Coast societies broke the anthropological rule that you had could have large, settled, complex, monumental hierarchically organized societies. It wasn't based on agriculture. It was based on natural resources, marine and adramous salmon fisheries. So you can have massive houses and dense populations. And when the explorers came here, this is what they saw. Indian people living in dense village scale communities. Today, however, that has changed over time. And for many places, particularly in urban areas of Washington, those village sites and archaeological sites, as they'd be recognized now, are covered over with hardscape or industrial facilities or gravel, but they're still there. This is the site at the Shawa Mill and part of a DOT project. Once the mill fill and surfaces were taken away, there you discovered the entire village, like one of these villages in terms of density, underneath the asphalt. This is in Port Townsend on the waterfront. So again, the archaeological site with artifacts and a deep, dark, and rich soil with archaeologists involved in the recovery efforts. We have a variety of sites that were preserved in a series of unique circumstances. The Ozette Macaw Village site, again, much of the culture was based upon perishable items like cedar rope, and woodworking tools and bent wood boxes. People here did not have pottery like in many other places. They had instead made watertight boxes and baskets that they would boil water in. You might ask, how did they do that? Wooden box to boil water in? Well, they would heat up rocks into in a fire, so they would be hot, drop the hot rocks into the box containing the water and instantly cook it, just like your little heating coil for the individual coffee or tea mug. And again, this site with all its perishable artifacts was sealed and by a mudslide that covered it and prevented air from and action from taking and degrading the carved wooden perishable items that were recovered and now there at the museum in Neah Bay. Along the Columbia River, we had similar kinds of village sites. This is half an hour from downtown Portland. This is at Quacapodal site that was visited by Lewis and Clark. And this is a large house pit. You can see this is a back wall. And there's a center of the house here that the archaeologists are excavating. And if you look at the profile, you can see the stratigraphy. And one of the things that happened here, the Columbia River flooded and it laid down sediments. So if you want to reconstruct the flood history of the Columbia River, just look to the archaeological site and you'll see the different depositional episodes that can be uncovered. In eastern Washington, you had a much more continental climate. It's a pit house. And again, you'll find many of these pit structures, earth lodge, pit house. It has a number of different kind of terms and different kind of architectural details, but it's basically excavated at a subterranean pit, has a superstructure of logs with bark or tule matting, and then covered over with earth. And this is kind of what you'd see today if you're in the ponderosa pine forest on the east slope of the Cascades. You'd see this kind of donut-shaped depression. And again, this is part of a timber sale, and they just bounded this out to protect it from being disturbed. And the archaeologists excavated one of the pit houses, and again, you see the artifacts living on the occupation floor with a central hearth right there. Tule mat houses are the other type of house style. This is along the Columbia River. You can see an A-frame with tule mats And today, if you were to go there, and this is an archaeologist, and here you can see there is an outline of rocks to hold down the tule mats during the kind of wind. And this is today on the Hanford Reservation. Again, the Hanford Reservation was closed during WW2 for the production of plutonium for nuclear weapons. And so you've got the nuclear reactors back in the background, but this whole area was closed off and protected. So the kind of development and urbanization and other kind of impacts would affect the Native American archaeology didn't occur on the Hanford, except for the footprints of the nuclear reactors and the associated infrastructure. Well, I mentioned how people have been living here for the last 13,000 years or so. My talk is about an hour. So if we take that as Washington kind of a history for people being here, say in hours for 12,000 years, then Washington as a state has been around 30 seconds. The other 59 and a half minutes of people living in Washington is only knowable through archaeology and the oral history of the tribes. And these are evidence of the bison and mammoth hunters and mastodon hunters who lived in Washington and the beasts that roamed here 13,000 years ago. This air pond is from Orcas Island. Bison antiquus, skull dated to 11,700 years ago. They were the bison hunters of the San Juan Islands. So kind of ponder that. We also have mammoth and mastodon, and this is a bone point in the rib of the Manus mastodon from Squim. So we have a, early occupancy of people here with large extinct Pleistocene mammals. The East Wenatchee site is the site that I mentioned before with the Clovis Point. Then here you see the lower picture of their discovery. It's only about 18 inches below ground. And you see how it was discovered. They were using a ditch witch to put in a irrigation pipe for the existing orchard. So, we often say, oh, geez, it's been an agriculture, or it's been a orchard, or it's been, a parking lot or whatever. There can't be any archaeology there, right? Wrong. Oops. Right below the surface, you've got an 11,000-year-old archaeological site with all the artifacts perfectly preserved in a cache. And what's interesting about these points, they're all in match sets. And they were able to obtain protein residues off them to relate them to extinct forms of bison and rabbit and other forms of species that roamed the environment outside Wenatchee. In fact, here, school children, as part of an educational field trip, went to view the site as part of educational exhibition. One of the things about the tribes here in Washington that was distinctive, particularly from the early American pioneers that moved in, that the American homesteaders came in to get a homestead, one site, and raise crops or livestock. And so they had a settled, sedentary kind of homestead. In contrast, Native American tribal people here had not one home, but many homes. And those homes varied by the environment. And so they would move to their different home during different seasons to harvest the resources that that particular environment at that particular time of year would provide. And so you can see from the springtime camas blooms here to, summer alpine lakes and berry picking, to fall hunting camps, to coastal and riverine fishing spots during the salmon run. So they had not one home, but many homes. And that's why when you look at the archaeology, you just can't look at one site here in Washington. You have to understand the site is part of a complex round of homes during a seasonal cycle across the landscape in different environmental niches. And the types of sites in each of those environments varies over time. And so we have here in the Columbia Gorge kind of talus pits and features that were used for storage and caching game, particularly during hunting drives. We have the hunting drives themselves in terms of blinds and directional kind of cairns to drive the game. And we even have the images of the individual hunters associated with the game drives and storage and processing. The landscape and their places differed over time. And this is kind of a good example of how culturally we view the landscape. Today, this is Ross Lake in Whatcom County along the Canadian border. Today, it's a recreation area, North Cascades National Park. And you can see here's the park staff archaeologists along the beach. And it generates the power for the city of Seattle, the Skagit Project. However, if you go back several thousand years, you stop at this site, this beach gravel is totally artifacts. It's a beach of artifacts. Walking on those artifacts, I could hear them as we walked on them. This is the result of thousands of years of hard rock mining to get a particular type of blue chert that was very highly prized called Hosamine chert. It was widely traded up and down the Skagit River for thousands of years. And this lower right is Bob Mierendorf, the park archaeologist, visiting this mine adit that goes back several thousand years. And the mining tools to get out these flakes are still there. So this is a hard rock mining site now in a contemporary recreation area in the North Cascades. Goes back thousands of years, a very valuable lithic stone resource for tools. Today, we've got a lot of salmon restoration projects, and there are a variety of sites, particularly in kind of streams. This is a fish weir, and you can see in a low water a number of the stakes. Basically, you would have them woven together like a fence drive line, only this is for fish. And they would all be driven in a particular area where then they could be speared or netted. And even today, as we do salmon restoration projects, we see the weirs preserved. These were kind of during low water. This is when you pull back some of the fill, and that's what you see. Camas processing. Kim showed you the picture of the blue camas fields. Well, if you look at the camas field, what you're going to find around the camas fields are ovens to process them. The camas is a member of the lily family. It's like a little onion, but in order for humans to eat it, it's got to be processed and baked to convert the type of unedible to an edible kind of sugar. And they were cooked and harvested. The camas, of course, has the two types, the white and blue, which of course the blue being edible and the white not. And so in order to harvest it successfully, you want to know that it's the edible version. And so you would have mass harvesting events at these camas meadows. And then they would all be collected and cooked in these earth ovens. And this is like half a ton of rock that was heated to make an oven. And this is so 5,000 years testimony to women's labor and children's labor in gathering up these camas bulbs and processing. And here's again that picture of some of the charred bulbs. And here's one in that individual's hand showing the kind of camas bulb that was missed in the processing. And here's an archaeologist upper left exposing one of these camas ovens. And again, what you have for this type of site are today, you'll see the camas, you'll see half a ton of fire-cracked rock, and that's about it. It's a very specialized kind of functional use of the landscape. Washington also is unique, along with British Columbia, and having a deep history, particularly in old growth stands of culturally modified trees. People have been doing sustainable logging for thousands of years, and cedars and other species have been here in Washington and British Columbia. And this on the left is an old growth cedar, and it's culturally modified tree, and you can see this was cut notched before there were stone tools, because if you could look at the notching closely, you would see it was done with a stone tool. And this notch would be made here, a notch would be made further up, and they could peel planks off or the whole section for a canoe. Remember those earlier photos of those large cedar canoes? One piece of old growth. Okay. We also have these that are contemporary and historic, culturally modified trees that are basket trees. And you can see down here in the lower right, a basket made out of a single piece of cedar stitched with a spruce root rope or coil into a basket. And then you see even some early kind of historic 1927 graffiti associated with kind of forest use, probably sheep herding or allotments up in the forest lands. Huckleberry processing is again another distinctive type of archaeological site. If you went back 100 years, 200, several thousand, you just see a slight divot like this today. And what would you find? Just this depression, the bit of an earthen berm here, a down log here, and carbonized charred face on the down log. If you step back 130 or 40 years or 4,000, you'd see this smoldering log giving off radiant heat, where matting or tule mats have been put down, and huckleberries that have been mass harvested are spread out here, and the huckleberry kind of processing pole or paddle is turning over the huckleberries to dry them out for overwintering. So you've got kind of the huckleberries dried out like a little dried raisin, so to speak. And what would you find there today? Just earth and depression, the down log and charcoal. And today we see the tribes working with the Forest Service to reestablish some of these huckleberry areas that were overgrown because of kind of forest management practices in the 1900s. So we go there today and find these ephemeral kind of sites. We have rock art and image sites. Again, they vary from coast to Wales to this is a poster child of Washington and American archaeology, She Who Watches. And again, this is in a state park along the Columbia River and relates to a number of tribal oral histories about this powerful woman leader who was turned into stone to always be able to watch over her people. But what is subject to many archaeological sites is there are disreputable characters out there, and they tried to shoot out her eyes with a high-powered rifle. You can see some pockmarks. So this area had to be closed to public visitation, and now the park rangers only take escorted tours in at set times to prevent any kind of further vandalism or degradation. Again, a number of more kind of along the river systems, Eastern Washington, again, images and bowls associated with processing, and another pictograph image of a hunter that I showed you before. Herons and callus pits are very sensitive, and particularly in Eastern Washington, they can be a variety of uses. They're basically in the talus slopes. They're created by removing some of the talus itself and then can be filled in either for storage, but in some cases they were used for burial areas because they would be self-armoring over time. And so if an individual being entombed in the talus, the rocks would continue falling and would be self-armoring against kind of coyotes or other kinds of predators disturb the pit feature. Again, you'll find these across the landscape, and the talus slopes traditionally have been places looked at as a good place for quarry gravel. Let's mine it. Au contraire. Another kind of site that you'll find, particularly in Western Washington, are clam gardens. These are sites that indicate Native American kind of intensive use and management of the coastal intertidal. Clam gardens are basically a means by which Native American people would enhance the productivity of the intertidal zone for clamming and shellfish production. And you can see here the archaeological feature, again, of the kind of rock alignment. But again, today the clam gardens are becoming reestablished as part of a tribal food sovereignty interest. And you're seeing them, they increase sediment material and clam habitat and efficiency and reproduction. So clam gardens, again, go back to all the different prior sea levels changes, particularly in northern parts of Washington and into British Columbia. Historic archaeology, everybody has a past. And so wherever you are from and your ancestors are from, you have archaeologists like Kim, myself, and others whose job it is to find those places of your ancestors and protect them. Again, globally, archaeology is a global discipline, and there are laws, and I'll kind of segue into that in my next presentation, that protect archaeological sites across the spectrum. We here have not only kind of pre-contact Native American archaeological sites going back 13,000 years, but we also have historic archaeological sites going back to the 1700s. So here is kind of an image kind of reflecting both the traditional Native American pictograph image, and then we also have it etched on a historic sailing ship arriving. Again, this is on the coast on the Olympic Peninsula. But when we go to historic archaeology and a question kind of who were the first non-Native, non-Indian settlers in Washington? I guess kind of add that in the chat or what have you. But here it is, the first immigrants to Washington. This is the site, 1792, and they are immigrants from Mexico, San Blas, Mexico. The Spanish were some of the first explorers along the western coast. They had a major infrastructure and naval facility in Mexico, San Blas. Then there was an active San Blas to Manila galleon trade. In fact, in Oregon, off by Tillamook, you have the wreck of one of the Manila galleons with its shipload of beeswax for Mexico City. It still turns up. But this is the Spanish site at Nunez, Guyana, otherwise known as Nia Bay. And these are bricks imported from Mexico that were used to establish some of the baking ovens from the original kind of settlement at Nunez, Guyana. Well, the Spanish were here shortly, but it was really the British that started to exert their influence. Vancouver, of course, and his expedition to both Vancouver Island, of which it's named, and Puget Sound, which he and Puget and the Wilkes exploring expedition started to explore and map the Pacific Northwest and encounter the Native American tribes here at the time. And before we, as the Americans, showed up, there was another colonizing force here, or occupying force, settling force. It was the Hudson's Bay Company, a large British multinational corporation. It established Fort Nisqually on Puget Sound. It established Fort Vancouver down opposite Portland, and namely Vancouver. And this is Fort Nisqually, 1834, at the city of DuPont, south of Tacoma. And here you can see the original stockade line just below the surface, still preserved intact. And here you can see the sod was rolled back. And here is one of the workers' houses associated with Fort Nisqually. What's distinctive about the archaeologists here working for Weyerhaeuser at the time was that this architectural detail, this detail is not the typical kind of Hudson's Bay Company log construction, like log cabins you think of, kind of notched together. No, this is a Native American architectural design like the houses I showed you at the beginning. Excuse me, where the posts are upright and you have two sets of them, an inner and an outer. And the planking was slid in between and strapped into place. So you've got Native American architectural designs at a British corporate facility. The other thing that's unique about this is that when they measured out the house dimensions, it was on the basis of a French Quebecois toit unit of measurement. So here you've got a British Crown Corporation with Native American architecture built on a French Quebecois dimensional spacing. Now here British Columbia, the Hudson's Bay Company kind of settled what is now Washington Territory, that is to become at Fort Vancouver. And it was a very multi-ethnic, multinational community. One of the things that the Hudson's Bay Company had at Fort Vancouver was that their supply trip from London to Fort Vancouver would stop over in the Hawaiian Islands. It was then called the Kanaka Islands. And the Hudson's Bay Company would hire Hawaiian canoeists to take and man the express canoes between Fort Vancouver and York Factory, which is Toronto. And so they would have the express canoes go paddle between Fort Vancouver and Toronto, like in a couple months or less. So it's something to ponder. Very ethnically diverse society there, with Native American peoples coming for the trade items. Hudson's Bay importing Hawaiians as workers. They had their own separate village called Kanaka Village at Fort Vancouver. But also the Hudson's Bay Company brought also others with them, such as Métis, which were mixed European and First Nation descendants from York Factory and from Manitoba and Red River Colony and British Columbia. And you had quite an extensive settlement of Red River, Hudson's Bay Company peoples in the Willamette Valley and up into Washington before the Americans arrived. Well, we did have them show up. Lewis and Clark, of course, being the famous kind of duo of explorers coming in 1805. And here's one of their overlook sites on the Columbia River. They again kind of established the American presence and established kind of the claims to kind of American occupancy into the future. They left a number of sites and they visited a number of Native American sites. This is Station Camp down by the Pacific County, where Megler Bridge is. And again, the historic sites, and this is a historic Native American site that had both historic, called Old Chinookan Village, and historic Lewis and Clark kind of visitations. And so there, once you peel back the sod, the plank house that was burned is all there. There's the planking. Remember that architectural detail from Fort Nisqually with the planks and the earlier picture of the large houses? Here's one that is all intact burn just under the surface. Well, with the Americans showing up again, we kind of segue into the period of kind of American colonization and American settler and the pioneer. Here we have the Oregon Trail segment coming in again. This is a historic archaeological site given its association with the Oregon Trail and the preservation of the actual trail treads. And in fact, if you go along the original kind of Oregon Trail, there are intact segments where literally you can see the wagon track embedded through the sediments and the rock face itself. Again, here's Fort Simcoe. You had Fort Walla. You had a number of Fort Steilacoom, a number of early American settlements. And this is just an example, like Kim showed you, some homestead archaeology. This is distinctive. This is the Bush homestead. Again, Washington was kind of a contested area between Hudson's Bay Company, British occupancy, and American settlers coming in. Oregon had a provision and clause where African American could not stay without reporting, I believe, to the local sheriff and being whipped or otherwise hassled. And so you had many, like the Bush Party, African American settlers coming into this is the Bush homestead and doing the historic archaeology of the George Bush family and their homestead outside Olympia. Asian American archaeology is represented across the state in a variety of different kind of archaeological sites, from early Chinese gold mining sites with very distinctive artifacts, assemblages, to this early 19-teens Japanese engineering feature associated with the archaeological site in Nippon, otherwise known as Alpine, where the name was changed. And again, archaeological sites and historic archaeological sites can be subject to vandalism and looting because oftentimes they have kind of marketable artifacts and items that are saleable and collectible items. Comic archaeology, I mentioned how there are archaeological sites on Hanford. Here's our latest national monument in Washington. It's the B reactor. We do have kind of Cold War archaeology here. This is what the inside of it looks like. And it is kind of like a 1950s sci-fi set with giant, dials and knobs and levers and wooden stool chairs and things. But again, it went from a kind of isolated landscape to a town of 40, 50, 60,000 workers in 1943, 44, and it produced the plutonium for the Trinity experiment and the, I believe, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, one of the two bombs, and America's Cold War arsenal. So you had it as a major government secret company town, but today, as part of the cleanup efforts, a lot of the infrastructure, the settlement and worker areas, housing are gone. And so what you have is essentially a ghost grid of infrastructure, of roads, and archaeologists working with tribal cultural staff to do restoration efforts on the landscape. We also have underwater archaeology, shipwrecks, and Native American sites. This is a reef net fishing site, and it is a testimony to the thousands of years of Native American treaty-secured fishing rights. There is between these two canoes a large net, and that net is anchored on the seabed by these large stones. And so the fish then are caught up in between when they're caught in the net in between the two canoes. So you can map out these submerged stones that are the anchor stones and reconstruct fishing spots over thousands of years. We also have shipwrecks. The Peacock from the first American scientific expeditions with the Wilkes expedition, it was wrecked at the mouth of the Columbia. And today we have a variety of shipwrecks that are increasingly getting interest given the advances in robotics and remote sensing technologies. Again, you can see the bathymetric outline of the wreck. And again, I think that's the boiler, one of the metal features, and divers diving on some nearshore wrecks. We also have aircraft. Washington is one of the few states that protects historic submerged aircraft, and we have a large number of them given the amount of military and civilian aviation across the waters of Washington. And here's the submerged aircraft. I think there's a Hellcat, and the video of a line around the propeller blade. This is in Lake Washington. And again, the fresh water keeps it all pretty much intact. Kim mentioned traditional cultural places, and those, again, are kind of one of the kind of valuable cultural resources and one of the reasons to take and authentically and proactively consult with tribal governments. Here's a picture of the site today in Indian Heaven Wilderness. There it is 150 years ago, about on horseback and wagon. And again, and here it is recent, again, continually used traditional places over time, important to Native American tribes. Here's one of those historic huckleberries. This was been in the 1890s, I believe. And here's a contemporary, still continuing on processing and drying the huckleberries, a continuity of use over thousands of years. So we could have had a picture of the Huckleberry Trench going to this one, and would have several thousand years of continuous cultural use over time of the landscape. Oh, and that's the end of my presentations, with some time for questions or anything in the chat. So, Jean, are there some questions or others that you want to, or Jan?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat. There's some folks talking about places that they have encountered cultural resources. I don't know if you're able to see those, Rob.
Yeah, I'm seeing Alan Chapman, who determines the balance between history and the future? Well, that's what the process is all about. And in fact, I guess in the next kind of presentations, mine and Jean and Kim's and Gideon's, will talk about how 2102 and the other existing laws take and require and encourage a collaborative dialogue about how you do determine that balance between protection of the history in the past and the cultural values and the development and implementation of projects into the future. So as Jean said, yeah, it is through these processes and these laws that are enacted that you as agency staff are delegated to implement. And of course, the courts and the legislature and others weigh in at times. So that's all part of the process, and we can kind of talk about that. But one of the things is cultural resource protection and people's interest in it isn't new. It was litigated to the Supreme Court before Washington was a state, actually, in the 1880s. And it was the famous case of the U.S. Department of War versus the Gettysburg Railway Company. The issue was after the Civil War, with the battlefields and cemeteries freshly created from that conflict, you had the industrialization of America with railroads and industrialization in the 1800s, late 1800s. and the Gettysburg Railway wanted to purchase property and construct a railway infrastructure and that across, you named it, Gettysburg Battlefield. The U.S. government went to stop that and protect the private entity from developing Gettysburg Battlefield. You know, progress. We're talking railroads here, transportation. Went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said in the 1880s is imperative and the proper role of government to protect these places that are significant in our history as a people and as a nation. So anybody wants to do a Dr. Google, I believe it's Gettysburg versus Department of War. It's a Supreme Court case, 1800s. And since then, we've had in the last 150 years, evolving complex latex work of laws and court cases and regulations and processes, not just in Washington, not just in the United States, but globally across the nation and the world about how to protect these valuable places. So I hope that kind of answers a bit about that, because stay tuned, Alan. We'll be talking about how you do that balancing act in terms of discussing your proposed project with the tribes, with our office, with other kind of interested stakeholders on balancing history, cultural resources, and your project needs. Let's see. Yeah, I worked with the landowner. Yes, there was a Clovis Point, 12,000 years old. And that was in Eastern, Kitsap County and an NRCS project. Those bison skulls that I showed you from Ayers Ponds, that was a conservation NRCS project back in the day. And again, the other ones with the Clovis points in East Wenatchee, there's a kind of pipeline project, so your types of projects can encounter significant cultural resources. And so stay tuned. Yeah, Diane, you're right. HPC, it was the Puget Sound Agricultural Company. The first farming and agricultural elements in Washington was done by the HPC. Yeah. Good. Well, did you guys want to take a quick break before I go into my next presentation? Jan?
I don't think so. We have lunch right after your next presentation. So, Jan, unless you think differently.
No,
okay, I think you're good to go, Rob.
Keep
Okay,
rolling
Dan's
through.
nodding her head. Okay.
Yeah.
Any last minute questions? Then I'm going to pull up my next presentation. And let me get it into the presentation mode here. And do the share screen again. And everything worked with. And it shows Washington State Cultural Resource and Human Remains Law. Good. And my voice was okay. The fan in the background wasn't good because it's supposed to be 94 degrees here today, believe it or not. Yes. I don't know what folks are feeling in Eastern Washington, but this is probably normal for you near this time of year, but I digress. Okay, let me take and do a bit about some of the cultural resource laws and that in Washington. I don't want to get too far into the weeds and the details for a couple reasons. One is that's why you have professional staff to assist you in terms of him, in terms of Gene, and some of the other professional staffs that you retain. I know Mark, I think, has been working with Kim on some of the projects. And some of you also may have other kind of on-call cultural resource consultants that you work with from time to time. We're involved in a wide variety of things. And I mentioned how we have both federal and state laws. And so kind of one of the things you'll be talking about all afternoon is kind of implementing Executive Order 2102. And Executive Order 2102 is just not an executive order that's been around, not since 21, but actually it started out as 05. So it's been around, next year it'll be 20 years. So that's been a good time. 20 years, a generation of dealing with kind of the consultation and the efforts to inform tribal governments and our staff and others about your kind of cultural resource efforts for your projects. Cultural resource laws operate in a complex matrix of federal and state laws and regulations. We take and are talking about 2102 today. It basically is not just an executive order. Every year it's been enabled in statute as law. And so that's why you probably see it as part of your instructions from OFM or your budget allocations, that it is in the budget and hence is statutory law to comply with. We also have federal laws that overlay it. And I know for some of this conservation districts, you may receive federal monies or you may have a federal partner. Probably most frequently, it would probably be federal money from BPA as part of their wildlife mitigation efforts. I know I see a lot of BPA projects across the state, particularly in like Asotin and some of the other kind of Eastern Washington counties. You may also getting some pass-through money, federal money from Fish and Wildlife Service. Again, those entail a process, the federal process called 106, which 2102 is a bit, I guess, complementary to or modeled on, but each one is different because they're in their own separate kind of tracks of the federal process versus the state process. So insofar as you're in the state process and you're dealing with non-federal land and non-federal money, you're going to be dealing with 2102. And the 2102 is important because it establishes kind of upfront the early consultation with the tribes and our office and the identification of any needs for cultural resource work. And that work usually entails some on-the-ground survey. And that's what Kim and Mark Amara and the consultants that offer their services out there do routinely for your project. They look at your project footprint in relationship to what is known with our office, solicit input from tribal governments and what is known as tribal governments, go out on the land and physically look for the kind of sites that Kim showed you, the kind of sites that I showed you. And if you find one of those historic archaeological sites, then this comes into play, what we regulate. Washington is one of the few states in the nation that regulates the excavation and alteration of archaeological sites on all non-federal land. It is one of the few states in the nation that regulates archaeological sites on private land. And that some states have a variety. Some take and regulate human remains on all lands in the state. Some do certain kinds of sites, like cave sites in some areas in the east, some on structural sites, petroglyph image sites. So there's a checkerboard of how states approach it. Washington, over the years, has historically kind of increased protection for these archaeological and human remain sites. In fact, Washington was one of the first states, I think our human remains, Native American and glyptic pictograph Terran sites dates from like 1941. So Washington was very much an early leader on the kind of the edge of cultural resource protection. And it continues up even to the present with the latest iteration of 2102. So if your project involves archaeology, you'll be dealing with me and the tribal cultural staff doing the survey work and the rest. And you'll ultimately get emails or letters from myself and usually the tribes that you are involved with reviewing or recommending a survey or reviewing the results of that survey, and then kind of concurring with kind of what your findings are, what your professional staff make a determination on. And it is only if the archaeological site is identified in your project footprint and you cannot avoid it, that you will be seeking a permit from our office. And we have statutory authority under the RCWs 25, 53, and 44 to deal with the permitting, excavation, and alteration of any Native American archaeological site, historic archaeological site, or human remains. And there are different statutes. Again, it reflects some of the kind of evolutionary history of the laws. You can see 2744 was earlier, 1941, human remains and glyptic records, protecting them early on. And then 2753 coming in the 70s-ish, dealing with the protection of those archaeological sites on private and non-federal public lands. And then we also have some other separate kind of statutory laws that deal with historic cemeteries. And there's a variety of historic cemeteries, pioneer cemeteries, isolated graves, and also inadvertent human remain discoveries that are regulated by our office. And there are kind of some different pathways to follow, and it gets into some details that if you're interested in, you can go to each of these specific WACs and go to our website, dap.law.gov, that allows you to kind of look at the full text and even download them. So as I mentioned before, the basic is you need a permit from DAP to remove, alter, dig into, excavate, damage, destroy by any means, mechanical or physical human work. So no digging, no excavating, nothing within that polygon that the professional archaeologists identified on both public, state, subdivisions of the state, and private lands. So if you're not involved with a federal project, then and you have an archaeological site in your footprint and you cannot avoid it, then you're going to be dealing with staff from our office, James McCrae, who is the permit assistant state archaeologist that deals with the issuance of permits. I don't want to go too deep into kind of the weeds here, but again, archaeological sites, as Kim and I showed you examples are, it's got to be a physical place. It is a place that contains the physical evidence of Native American and subsequent cultures of past human life, including their monuments, symbols, tools, facilities, byproducts, artifacts, et cetera, et cetera. So the definition tends to be broad in statute and in regulation. We take and, again, go down to the artifacts of human manufacture, physical evidence of past human use, such as features, rock ovens, monuments, cairns, images, those kinds of things that are at a specific locality. And they can be a point on the ground, such as some small features as you saw, or the individual little cluster of 11,000-year-old Clovis points. So all Native American sites are covered by permit. Historic archaeological sites are covered by permit if they are significant. There's a little nuance there. And submerged shipwrecks and historic aircraft also are covered. So again, I'm just kind of showing you, you've seen some examples of shipwreck. Here's part of a historic shipwreck in at a washaway beach on the coast. But we lead, and James, the staff archaeologist here at DAP, will be the one guiding you through the permit process. And again, while we review 18 to 19,000 projects a year, the number of projects that involve archaeological resources is very small. I'm talking maybe, I don't have the current information, but maybe about 50 to 100 out of that 18 or 19,000, so it tends to be a small number. But when you do get involved in archaeology, it does require some very detailed professional work that Kim needs to do. And it deals with documenting the site, establishing its polygon, establishing why it's important, a plan to deal with any human remains that may be associated, and how to deal with the artifacts and the information that you recover from the site if you need to excavate part of it, where it will be curated. Security plan, again, one of the things we have discovered is archaeology is subject to vandalism. It is not just a problem in Washington State, it is an international criminal act that we see in a lot of places, particularly if you've been following the news in places like the Mideast, from Syria to Iraq, where the sites were looted for the international black market and antiquity trade. So it's big business in a criminal enterprise. In fact, if you look at kind of some of the elements of what the international criminal things are, human trafficking, drugs, weapons, and looted artifacts, things like that. It's a problem. So we need a security plan when the site is going to be worked and afterwards. Need a public education plan. Again, that kind of developed through your tribal consultation efforts if you need to do that. And then your commitment to analyze the artifacts and produce a report afterwards. So the nature of archaeology and the goal of cultural resource management is to try to avoid damaging the site. If you can't do that, to try to minimize the damage. If that is impossible, to develop a mitigation treatment plan to take and safely recover the artifacts and curate them and present that knowledge about the site to the interested public in a suitable venue and forum. Property ownership, again, varies. Public lands, it's got to be curated at a Washington State museum or facility. Recovery from private lands, it is a property of the landowner, excluding human remains. But we always try to encourage the landowner to do the right thing and work with the local museum or tribal cultural staff and museum to kind of house and take care of the artifacts and the records in an appropriate way. So really encourage that. Washington is one of the few states that we have civil penalty authority. And I think Gideon will probably give you some examples of that this afternoon, but we're one of the few states that if you alter or damage a site without a permit, we can issue civil penalties up to $5,000 for the case. However, the other catch, and what is more significant, is we're also authorized to assess restoration costs and investigative costs, say a damage assessment, and then what will it take to put the site back together and make it whole again. And we've had some cases, and those become fairly apocryphal kind of stories, as I think Gideon will probably relate this afternoon. And we also have, if you violate a permit, we can deny future permits so that the bad actors will not be allowed to go back and do bad things again. So we're one of the few states in the nation that has that capabilities, and we do have some track records and cases of those kind of penalties and investigations. Indian graves and records. Again, I mentioned how this is one of the earlier in the state protection. Native American graves, cairn, or glyptic records require a permit. We have universal grave protection. The ultimate private property right in Washington is the sanctity of your own grave and burial. So all grave sites are protected from any knowing disturbance. all lands, state, county, city, and private in Washington state, graves are protected. In fact, up until I think 1946, you could be interred in your own backyard. And so we do have recent cases where new property owners came in, bought a house. Oh, we'll do a new kind of add-on. And then all of a sudden they discovered, uh-oh, there's a previous owner buried in the backyard. You could do that up till like 1946 or something. So graves of all peoples are protected in Washington. Here's a historic kind of pioneer grave, and overgrown cemeteries having a lot of problems now, cemeteries being abandoned and being overgrown. And so we have a specific authority to take and document these, keep records on them. And we're the only state that has a dedicated state physical anthropologist. My teammate, Dr. Tassa, and his assistant, Jennifer, who deals with human remains. I don't want to go too deep into the cemetery definitions because there's a statutory history to these where there's no, abandoned historic graves, and then kind of licensed cemeteries. So there is a kind of a complex kind of world of cemetery burial regulations and protection. However, the important thing for you to remember is all graves are protected. And so if you have one on the land you're working on, then it's going to be one where you're working with us, the tribe, and potentially Dr. Tassa of our office to establish kind of what the boundaries of it are and how it can be protected. Here, this is a project that was a new roundabout. That was, I think, the city of Tumwater. This is a Union Pioneer Cemetery, a number of pioneer graves and Union graves. I think this is one of the Union veterans here. However, not all grave markers are in place. And you can see this was originally going to be taken as part of the roundabout, but they did ground penetrating radar and other remote sensing and verified a burial there. And oftentimes we find that over time, the cemetery records aren't all that clear, and sometimes the fence line kind of shifts around a bit. And so in this case, you had an unmarked grave here, and the fence line, as you can see, it wasn't really permanent and it wasn't really surveyed inaccurately. And so anyway, they had to shift their roundabout to protect that grave. Are there yeah, we have some exemptions for law enforcement. Here's a case where we're working with law enforcement to deal with a looting case. And again, in Washington, when we find looting has always been a problem, it's been a problem along the Columbia River. And inevitably, when we find the sheriff doing a drug bust, what do we find? We find the illegal drugs, meth, or what have you. We find the weapons, illegal guns, and what else do we find? Artifacts. The majority of the times when they're doing this, they find all that when they do the search warrant. So we have a number of cases where, again, we're involved with law enforcement, where we have kind of concurrent kind of filing with law enforcement on some of the issues. And we've had prosecutions of individuals vandalizing sites and being prosecuted under the statute. No, your project is not doomed if you have archaeology. With a permit from our office, you can't be excavated. With site avoidance, the project goes forward. So state laws provide that balance between site protection and use or development of your property. And so that's what 2102 and the Section 106 consultation processes are all about, is finding that balance about how your project moves forward. There's other laws, as I mentioned, it's a matrix, everything from Growth Management Act, Shoreline Management Act, 1971 initiative. I think it was the first initiative in Washington to protect shorelines, and included within that was cultural resource protection. So again, early on, Forest Practice Act, you're doing, again, any kind of development activity, even if you're not in 2102, you can have cultural resource factored into the review process of Shoreline Management Act for septic systems or short plats, timber practices from DNR, state environmental SEPAs for a variety, and cultural resources. And then the old executive order, which is now in a new version, 2102. Local ordinances, we have a number of local ordinances also that protect cultural resources. And again, it's everything from Ferry to Clark County and Whatcom. So process is more successful than kind of punishment, where we really try to encourage kind of early consultation and discussion. Human skeletal remains, I talked about that. On federal land, you're going to be dealing with federal law, NAGPRA, as it's called, Native American Graves Protection Act. Washington State, our human remains law, and that's where Dr. Tassa comes in. And the state law has a requirement that it's called the duty to notify. Anyone who knows of human remains, if you see human remains, you have a duty to notify law enforcement, the county coroner. And if you don't do your duty to notify, and that's why we have the IDP, that you've got a duty to notify if you come across cultural resources and human remains, that there's the penalties if you don't do the notification. You can't just look the other way and say, let's continue on. So there is the duty to notify in Washington State, which is different than other states. Ground disturbing activities, again, Kim and I think Jean will be talking about that. If you do discover human remains, you must stop. You must secure the area reasonable to the kind of activity that's going on, and you will be held harmless if you do that duty to call. You do cease the activity that would keep it from being protected, and you report the remains. So those are the different three elements you have to make sure you do, so that you will hold you or your agency harmless if human remains are discovered during ground disturbance activity. I don't want to go too much into the detail, but once human remains are discovered, then the coroner is involved. The coroner determines if it's, forensic versus non-forensic. That is a crime scene versus non-crime. If it's non-crime, then our office staff takes over, and Dr. Tassa will be working with you and the tribal government or the landowner for the resolution of the case. And there's some timelines on making these decisions for the coroner and for DAP. I don't want to go into the weeds, but we take and have very specific kind of timelines for our notification requirements. And one of the kind of important things to note in terms of notifications of the tribes, we try to keep an up-to-date list with their cultural staff, and you'll find that on our webpage. And you yourself with the commission, I think, have also information on tribal contacts and cultural staff and processes. I mentioned how we deal with 29 tribes resident in Washington. We deal with them daily. And we deal with tribes that also are outside of Washington boundaries who have traditional lands in Washington. And those, again, can be in Idaho or predominantly in Oregon also. So we have a notification process. I don't want to go into the weeds so much and the timelines, but again, all that is specified. But I think what we see as outcomes, and remember that as a way of background, this law came in place around 2008. And since we've had Dr. Tassa here as a state physical anthropologist, we've been getting about 4 cases, or 1 case every 4 business days. Okay? Think about that. every 4 days we get another discovery. And those discoveries can be not just, construction excavation, it can be natural erosion along a riverbank or a shoreline. We have cases that are cold cases that the county sheriff discovers in their evidence locker. We have current law enforcement cases like that one where they do a subpoena, discover the drugs, discover the weapons, discover the artifacts, and then discover the human remains, right? And then, we have legacy cases where, individuals have passed on and the descendants of the individual go through the boxes in the garage, and what do they discover? Ouch, there's human remains here. So right now, I think we have a number of guests at our secured facility, and I think there's around 200 and maybe 95. There's always a number coming and going in terms of repatriation or reburial or whatever. And it's a process that is taken very seriously by our office, and one that we take and expect the agency and the project staff will take very seriously. The desired outcome oftentimes for our consultation is to have the remains left in place. We can take and have our permit process invoked where they're relocated to another locale that then is documented and protected from future disturbance. Or we can take and have it repatriated to the tribes with the reburial decision by the tribe or the consulted tribes on a locale. And reburial non-Indian remains. If we don't identify a descendant, we have an arrangement or a cemetery to rebury non-native, non-identifiable remains in O'Shelley cemetery plot. So those are the kind of examples. And here, this is kind of one of the backyard burials I was mentioning. So we've got language on that. We've got boilerplate language. We've got listing of the coroners, Dr. Tassa. And as I recall, Kim is going to talk about that after lunch. So I think that is pretty much the presentation I was going to present. And this is a teaser for Gideon's presentation this afternoon at 2:15. So rather than steal his kind of presentation, I'll stop sharing now and open it to any discussions you may want to put in the chat or ask. Oh, maybe I can answer some of the questions in the chat. Jean or Jan?
That'd be great.
Okay.
I'm seeing yeah. Do you want to read them, or would you like me to?
Yeah, no, I'll go the first one here, which I think is Ellen. When you share knowledge of cultural resource finds back to the community, does the tribe have input on whether it should be shared? Yes, and how it is shared. What we have a number of projects, one which is a big restoration project in Skagit County now that involves archaeology and tribal cultural values. And the archaeologist is working with the tribe's historic preservation cultural staff, and also the tribe's cultural committee to develop an appropriate kind of education and tour module, both for the cultural committee, for the tribal members, and also kind of for the general public. We've had some really nice projects come forward recently where there's been a really close collaboration. And I'll cite one, which was an RCO, Recreation Conservation Office funded project, which was a recreation and restoration kind of park project. And it was it involved an archaeological site But the archaeological site also encompasses part of a cultural resource, traditional cultural property, because it had a very important kind of view shed. And for the city itself, it is taking advantage of that view shed as an overlook. But the tribe also recounted how it was a place where Lizard Woman would come out and sun herself, right, on this promontory. And so the tribe worked with the city staff and the cultural resource folks, and they developed a whole piece about protecting the site as part of the overlook, and then incorporating Lizard Woman in the design of the interpretive elements with the rock, with the design of tribal design of the artwork of the Lizard Woman. And then they had the Lizard Woman's feet implanted along the sidewalk leading up to it with a story about Lizard Woman on the rock for as part of the whole development restoration of this facility. So it's things like that we're finding more and more common. We have some projects now, again, they're more publicly focused projects like levee restoration and salmon habitat, where part of it in recovering and reestablishing the salmon habitat. There's also interpretive elements, and I know the tribe has worked on doing some of the interpretive panels on the story of the place and also the artwork. So we're seeing a number of tribal artists being involved in some of the interpretive art designs, and even DOT, a recent project, as I recall, for DOT Roundabout, where the art design on the roundabout is a Native American design motif telling a story about transportation. So it's things like that, Ellen, that we're seeing as a really kind of very positive, productive, and kind of very exciting kind of opportunity about how to share, what to share, and incorporating some of those voices and stories and design elements that haven't really been kind of the focus of public art before. Elsa asks, how does handle wildfires? I have a slide that I deal every day with oil spills, wildfires, floods, other kind of disasters and that. And so where we've got wildfires, again, Washington is prone to wildfires, and we've got a number of right now and some big ones. So we've had efforts, I know with the park and forest, for some of the historic structures there, we do and work with the READ. I don't know if you READ advisors, they're resource advisors from the feds. Their task is cultural resource folks that are red carded, and they work with us and the fire operations to potato wrap or remove vegetation or put sprinklers on historic structures to keep them from burning down. And I've got some photos of potato wrapped historic structures. We've done some lookouts. I think in the recent North Cascades, we had a potato wrapped fire on Leavenworth, or one of the fire lookouts there. Toxic waste sites. We deal with toxic waste sites all the time with ecology. In fact, ironically, ecology has hired Sydney, our assistant local government archaeologist, to work in the toxic cleanups program. So again, archaeology, like you saw with my Hanford slides, is a cultural resource that is factored into the cleanup. And so there is sampling, there are kind of strategies to do when you're dealing with hazmat sites. And we do have folks and cultural resource firms that are not just red carded, but also FEMA certified or EPA firm with HAZWOPER training for deal with hazmat sites. And same thing with oil spills. I deal with oil spills, and cultural resources are factored into every oil spill response team now. One of the questions, let's see, so I hope that deals with it. Hanford, hey, we're dealing with cultural resources, and the tribes have a cultural resource group that'll be working there for the next 10,000 years. You know, so archaeology will be around dealing with that for a while. Bit of a messy question. Working with other agencies or partners, how can we ensure prior projects have followed the policies? Okay, this is a good question, particularly for you if you're a conservation district and you have your project and you have some other partners. You've got to make sure that your NGO, if you're financing the NGO, you've got to ask them the question, hey, are you guys getting money from anybody else like BPA or pass-through from Fish and Wildlife, or how about RCO? You know, because if that's the case, then you need to ask them, well, you know, we were going to do 2102 here, but if you're getting money from BPA, has BPA said they will be lead agency and will do the 106, which will cover my 2102. Because if that's the case, then I'm going to ask for your 106 compliance from BPA so I can put it in my file and be audited that everything is copacetic because you had federal money and I can substitute 2102 compliance for 106 compliance. So you need to ask that question there. So don't assume if, you know, DOT's got federal highways money, they've done it, because in some cases they may have an exemption that doesn't, but you don't necessarily fall under that exemption. So you've got to make sure. The other quirk that we've seen is if you're going for a core 404 or 410 water quality permit, and the Corps may assume jurisdiction, but they may assume jurisdiction for only part of your project. And we've had some agencies be in a pickle that way because here they thought, you know, hey, I'm funding this restoration project of 10 acres. You know, the applicant told me the Corps is going to do the permitting. You know, I'm going to rely on the Corps to do it. And then comes back, oh yeah, I got my Corps permit here. And then you look at it and says, oh, the permit area is only the 100 feet of the in-water work. And your other, you know, X acres are not covered. Ouch, you're in a pickle. Don't get caught in that pickle. So does that answer it, Mindy? So yeah, that's the other thing, you know, I CD projects, it kind of varies across the landscape. You know, I see a lot of just conservation only, but then I see some that seem to have BPA pass-through money or some Fish and Wildlife or some, what is it? RCO pass-through money too. So beware. Geez, do you
Wonderful.
think we'll break early for lunch today?
Maybe. You're doing great, Rob. But not to pressure anyone. If you have questions, please do raise your hand or put it in the chat. Am I right, Rob, that you need to leave us at lunch?
Yes, I have another meeting I'm committed to this afternoon, so I'm
Okay.
going to miss him. And oh, I might have a bit after for a bit of after lunch. I've committed
After your
to
meeting.
an office hours at 2.
Gotcha. So now might be your chance if you have questions for Rob before we lose him. Although he
And
might be back toward the
anytime,
end.
feel free to give me a call. It's there, you know, we're on the website and I'm around. And I think I'm pretty caught up to date on most of our projects. We do digital only, so it has a fairly quick turnaround time in that. So any other questions? Otherwise, I'll let you break early unless there's some more comments or information from Jan or Jean on this afternoon's events.
I don't think there's anything else in the chat, and I did just want to mention, someone asked about the chat log. We can definitely post the chat log. We will post the presentations, all of the slide decks from today, along with the recording. And those will be on the CTD website and also on the Commission's Cultural Resources page, which we'll provide some links on that as well for those resources. But otherwise, I think we can just go ahead and get our lunch break a few minutes early. We are going to take, I guess, a 52-minute lunch now, but we will be back at 12:30. to start again. So have a good lunch, and we will see you all in just a little bit.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you all. Take care and stay cool and safe.
You too.
Mhm,
Drink
bye.
water. Okay, bye.
Hey, well, 12:30, so welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a chance to grab some lunch, check your email, whatever else needed to happen over lunch break today. We are gonna jump back in and start getting into some of the nitty-gritty on what to do for your projects. So Jean is gonna start us off and with kind of the commission's overview of that process. So I will just hand it over to you, Jean. And then you let me know when it's time to switch and I can pull up the slides.
Perfect. Thank you. And I meant to at the outset and forgot to thank Jan and Mike for all of the hard work that they did behind the scenes. This all looks very smooth and seamless, but that's only because they did a bunch of work with us beforehand and during to keep it all working. I know Jan has rescued me in technological situations and waited before. And I really appreciate, she never makes me feel dumb. It's a wonderful skill to be able to be that good at something and still not make people feel dumb when they're not. So thank you very much. And I'm sure Mike is the same way. I just haven't worked with him much yet. So thank you both. Like Jan said, my role is to talk a little bit about sort of the cultural resource compliance system that we have at the Commission to protect cultural resources for projects that we fund. I'm going to talk kind of at a process level, and then Kim is going to follow up and go down into the, like I said, the nitty gritty of how do you fill out that form? How do you describe your project, right? So with that, I'm going to share my screen, and please tell me if I get this wrong, but hopefully this is the opening slide. All right. So, like I said, our two presenters today are myself. I am the only of the presenters that are not an archaeologist. I am a botanist by training and a bureaucrat by long history. Everybody else here is an archaeologist. So there's only certain questions that I'm going to be able to answer, and they're the bureaucrat kind. So that's what I'm going to work on here. And then Kim is going to come along and answer in a lot more depth just after I finish. So Rob talked about a bunch of this as a legal matter, some of the legal protections for cultural resources in the state of Washington. And of course, there are also treaty rights, and I am not an expert in any of that, but just they exist. Rob described them. Mostly what I'm going to focus on is how we comply with the Governor's Order 2102. For those of us who've been around this a little while, it replaced 0505, which is very similar. It has a couple of additional provisions which are wrapped into what we do, including making sure that you copy DAP on any correspondence around cultural resources that you have with the tribes. That's part of 2102, and it's, as he said, has the force of law. So please make sure that you do that. Like he said, the executive order is included in the state budget and has the force of law as regards spending state dollars, right? So DAP is the implementing agency for 2102, and they work with agencies like ours to develop how exactly that agency will comply with 2102. And so we have a programmatic agreement with DAP, and that's posted on our website. You can see it there. And it's neat. I think it's neat. I think it's unique because districts work so much with NRCS and with NRCS BMPs. We had this opportunity to put a filter into the process that most agencies wouldn't have, right? So we work a lot with NRCS, right, districts and commission. And NRCS, unlike my agency, has a staff of archaeologists, and they know the BMPs very well and have classified them into unlikely to disturb the soil and likely possible to disturb the soil. I'm not getting the names exactly right, but those two lists that you see on our website, right, that classify the BMPs. And so DAP was great working with us to be able to use that system to for projects that have very, very, very little chance of impacting cultural resources. There's sort of an off ramp there. So it's a great time and money saver for us, for DAP, for the tribes, and it's made possible by this the fact that a lot of our work, most of it, is about BMPs. So thank you, DAP, for working with our unique unicorn of an agency in that way. It's also a commission policy, but it's important to realize that that's sort of the least of it, right? That's us saying, yes, we will follow the law, and here's exactly how we're going to do it, right? So the process and requirements for the process is much, much bigger than just commission policy. I just wanted to make sure, note that. So here's what I'm going to talk about. When a cultural resource review requirement doesn't apply, it's very rare, but as the commission's work has expanded, especially in the most recent biennial budget, we are funding some things that aren't on the ground projects at all. There are some of those things, very few, for which the cultural resource requirement just doesn't come into play. So assume the cultural resource requirement is there, but there are a few, and call me if you're not sure, where it doesn't. And most of those will make sense to folks. I'll give some examples in a little while. The next thing you're going to do is, so once you know that yes, you're doing cultural resources on this, what's your funding source? Is your project going to be soil disturbing? Are you going to need a survey? I'm going to talk about what the stakes are, sort of why to really pay attention to this. And I think Rob also gave some very good reasons to pay very good attention to this. I'll talk about how to get paid, how we're paying for surveys and monitoring for commission-funded projects. And then under 2102, just as a bureaucratic matter, what happens if a tribe has concerns about a project? I get that question a lot. I'm going to cover that. So that's what I'm going to talk about. So first, there are just a few things that we fund where we couldn't do a cultural resource review, like buying a rental manure spreader. So some districts have bought a manure spreader and they're going to rent it out to whoever wants to use it anywhere in the district. And so there's not a way, if you think about how could we do a cultural resources review? We don't know where it's going to be used. It's a piece of equipment, yeah. Also handing out seed packets at a fair, right? Don't have any way to know where those seeds are going to get planted, how they're going to get planted, not a meaningful opportunity to do a cultural resource review. And also we started funding more kind of analytical work, a lot through the Science Hub and different places where the work isn't really about an on-the-ground project at all. It could be just analysis. These are made-up examples, but let's say it was an analysis of water temperature and buffers in a watershed, not as a site selection step, which would be different, but just as we'd like to understand more what's going on in this watershed. In that case, there's not a way to do cultural resources. It's not an on-the-ground project, right? Education in the classroom, unless you're going out back from the classroom and digging a test pit to show them the strata or something like that. But in most cases, not a cultural resource requirement. But the vast majority of the work that we do assume that you're looking at cultural resources, checking if not going farther. Yeah. So this first bullet, I'm going to check and see if people are awake after lunch. So let's say you've got a project, and the commission doesn't really fund much of this, or we're not yet, but it might come up and other agencies do this. So just wanted to get you thinking about, let's say your project is not to do on the ground work, but it's maybe siting or design or generating options for work that will be on the ground. Why might you want to do the cultural resources in the early design phase, even though the early design phase isn't soil disturbing? Go ahead and put it in the chat. Just kind of checking on you guys. See if you're with us. Why might that be a good idea? And Jan, I actually can't see the chat, so I'm hoping you can help me out.
Yep, we definitely can. Nothing in there.
Thank you.
Quite.
I don't have my view the right way to see it. So, anyone?
Let's see. We have the earlier the better to hear if there are concerns among DAP and the tribes. When the project begins, you'll need to do a CRR to develop alternatives. If any cultural resources are found, the project can be designed around or to avoid them.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, another comment about CRR, the design may be dependent on that. To know if you need to get more funding to cover monitoring during construction. To see if you may have to recite the project before design. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly right. There's a nightmare story, and I don't know for sure if it's apocryphal, but it was Department of Commerce had a series of grants for building, they gave out a series of grants to build a welcome center. And the first one was sort of talking to the public. Hey, what do you want? Where do you want it? What are you looking at? Sort of design, siting, and sort of architectural design. And then it was at the last phase when they got ready to break ground that they did cultural resources and found that the site that they found and got everybody all excited about and spent, I don't know, like $1 million in architectural and permitting was on an important village site and was not going to be a good choice. So, right, all of that money spent, political capital, and put the tribes in a not a great political situation, right? Not their fault, but anyway. So, yeah, you're thinking along exactly the right lines. Thank you for putting this in the chat. So, I just want to remind that again, not very many of these, but if you have a non-BMP project, like so it could be something around the RPPP, the to do with a nursery, maybe expanding a building, whatever it might be. If you're using state funding for that, it's still subject to 2102. It might be a little bit of an awkward fit to our compliance program. So give me a call if you run into one of those, but it's still subject to cultural resource requirements. Are there any sort of categories of projects that people want to ask about right now before we move on? And you can always call me. It's fine. If you don't want to do it in this context, that's completely fine. You can always call me if you're not sure. Please don't guess. Please call me. Yeah. Okay, so once you've determined, and did I miss anything, Jan, by moving too fast there?
Nope, nothing in the chat for that.
Okay, great. Good, thank you. So your next question is, what's the funding source? So Rob talked about this a little bit. If there's federal funds involved, or you're on federal land or tribal ground, you're looking at the 106 process, which is a bit more stringent than what we do at the state level. And so we defer fully to 106. If you're doing 106 for your project, you can simply indicate that on the complied statement form and you're good to go. But just as Rob said, make sure, A, that it happens at all. We've had situations where there was turnover and sometimes it got dropped and it just didn't happen. Another case, like he said, the geographic scope, the footprint of the project that was reviewed in the 106 process did not fully contain the work that the district was doing. And so they had part of it that hadn't been reviewed at all. You don't want to be in that situation. Make sure that the footprint fully incorporates your project and that the disturbance level and type is fully incorporated by what the 106 process looked at. So make sure it happened and that it fully incorporates both aspects of your project. Same exact thing for state agencies. If you're working with a state agency, ecology, whoever, and they're taking lead on cultural resources, that's totally fine. We defer those guys too, no problem. Just make sure it happens because you are responsible at the end of the day to make sure that this stuff happens. If they drop the ball, it's on you, right? So you got to make sure that it's happening and it's done on the right project information, scope and disturbance scale. So please, please, please make sure. So what I'm going to talk about from here is if the project is just commission funding, nobody else involved. So everything from here. So your next question, you figured out, yes, cultural resources requirements apply. Yes, I'm going to use the commission process. Now you got to figure out if your project is potentially soil disturbing. And please, every time I say soil disturbing, please also read into that or modifying or destroying an historic structure, because I always forget that it's rare with our stuff, but it does come up and the same requirements for the most part apply. So please try to sort of hear that when I say soil disturbance. So you want to look at all of the BMPs involved in your project, make sure you caught them all. And also if there's any access or staging, like, I don't know, if you had to extend a farm road to get to the site or something like that, you want to include that road in your review. Make sure that's in there. Any ancillary activities that could affect it. So are any of those listed as potentially soil disturbing? And make sure all the conditions are met if there are any conditions there. If no, then your review is complete. You're going to note that when you get to the end that you're on your complied statement form. Good. So if yes, some of them are listed as potentially soil disturbing, you're going to kind of ask yourself, is it actually soil disturbing? Practically all the time, yes, it is actually soil disturbing, and you're going to send an easy one form and letter to TAP and the tribes. Kim's going to cover that process in a lot more detail, so please hold your questions about how to do that. If it's not actually soil disturbing in this case, and this is pretty rare, but it does come up sometimes. The BMPs are sort of a bucket, right? And they take in a whole range of ways that activity can happen on a site. And there's a whole different range. So the archaeologists, of course, want to be conservative about that. They want to make sure that if it's likely to be soil disturbing, most of the ways that can be implemented are going to be soil disturbing. They're going to call the practice soil disturbing. But sometimes, like, hey, this is actually going to be on an existing concrete pad, and it's not. There's no potential to disturb the soil. Something like that comes up. If that happens, we do have a little like off ramp, I guess you could say, in the process to accommodate that. Now, you can't, as the project proponent, as the planner, say, no, it's not actually soil disturbing, but you can reach out to an archaeologist. And if they agree with you and are willing to sign off on the complied statement form, then that comes to the same thing, right? So that is an option. And Kim knows, just as one archaeologist available, not to say that you have to work with Kim, although she's great to work with and knows our system really well. But Kim's one person that can quickly determine whether the actual implementation of that practice will be soil disturbing. So, and then again, this is something that rarely happens, but once in a while, just because those BMPs are buckets, a practice that is listed as likely non-soil disturbing actually is soil disturbing. If you know in the situation that you're working with that actually it will be pretty soil disturbing, treat it as soil disturbing, right? As Kim said, do the right thing because it's the right thing. Please treat it as soil disturbing. And that's not going to come up much. Mostly the classification works really well. So, okay, you've found the step process and okay, it is soil disturbing. You're going to send it to DAP and the tribes, and Kim's going to talk. Okay, do the tribes, you wait your 30 days and you find out, do DAP and the tribes want you to do a survey? If they do, okay, great. Engage an archaeologist, hire the survey. Get the survey results, send it to DAP and the tribes. There's a letter for that too on the website, and then wait another 30 days. And then maybe there are recommendations, maybe that's the end of it. Maybe there's additional conversation that needs to happen, whatever it might be. If after your initial 30 days, there's no survey or request for consultation, you can proceed with the project. Just keep in mind, if a tribe were to come back after the 30 days, you still need to stop and engage in consultation. But again, that's the uncommon. They're really good about getting back within the 30 days. So I just want to emphasize how important this is. Rob described beautifully and Kim described beautifully how important these cultural resources are to us as a people, as a species in this place. And they're not renewable. Once we take a backhoe through them and destroy them, they're gone. They don't sort of grow back the way some other things do. If we are not doing a good job with cultural resource protection, we can seriously damage our relationship with tribes that we work with. And that's not something I think any of us want. And then I want to make sure you hear this. Because 2102 is essentially the law with state funding, if there's not a proper job done with cultural resource protection through our programmatic agreement and the steps that we're describing here, there is every chance that the commission can't reimburse you. This is not something you can go do after the fact. For the most part, it's not just commission policy. Some commission policies, we have the authority to grant a one-time exemption, a sort of, okay, promise not to do again, here you go. This isn't like that. This is much bigger than the commission. So we've had to do this once on my watch so far. Somebody had a project, they didn't do cultural resource compliance, and we didn't reimburse them for it. Fortunately, it was a low dollar amount, but my nightmare is that somebody has a $200,000 piping project. Something happens, maybe turnover with staff. Somebody thought somebody else did the cultural resources. No, they didn't. Nobody did it. You get to go reimburse and realize, oops, we actually didn't do cultural resources. There's every chance that that district could get caught with that bill and we couldn't reimburse them. And I do not want that to happen to your district. So I don't want you to freak out, but I do want you to take it real serious. This is important for lots of reasons. And if for nothing else, you're protecting your district from a huge financial risk by doing it properly.
Jean, there's just a couple of
Oh, sure.
questions in the chat, maybe before we move on.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
One question, if we use commission funds to host a field workshop day involving soil health that requires us to dig a couple of holes on district or private landowner property, are we have to have a full cultural resources review for that? So you're out there,
Yeah, I think so. Kim's nodding. Yeah.
in the minutes.
Yeah. Kim, you want to jump in?
I did put a little message on there to Darla saying, thank you for the question. And from her description, that would definitely meet the requirements of a ground disturbing activity. And while it's highly likely they won't receive a request for a full survey, I would definitely fill out the easy project review form and consult with DAP and the tribes and give them the opportunity to review what you're proposing.
Yeah, I'm glad. I was going to say the same thing that you were, Kim. That's great. Thank you. Thanks for the question. Yeah, anytime you have a question like that, feel free to call me. If you're already working with Kim, ask her, obviously. And if I don't know, I'll send it up to Kim or DAP. So thank you. That's a great question.
There's also one more. Just
he's another. Okay. Yeah.
Is the 30 days just a straight 30 days, or is it 30 working days, like 30 business days?
That's a good question. Kim, do you know the answer?
I counted off 30 days.
Yeah,
I just counted off straight 30 days.
Yeah. Okay. I don't remember it specifying. I would count on calendar days. Yeah, let me look into it though. That's a great question. I'm working on an FAQ, and if it's yeah.
And then there's a couple of more follow-up questions, and I don't know if this is more for your spot here or Kim's spot later, but there's a question about who does these types of surveys, and then also would, in our field day example holes scenario, would that apply on previously disturbed land, like land that's regularly tilled, etc.?
I think we're probably getting into stuff that I'm going to discuss at length.
I think so.
And in detail. So if everybody just holds off a bit, I'll probably address that well enough to cover those kind of questions.
Okay, but hold them, and if we miss it somehow, let us know. But I expect Kim will absolutely cover that. I've seen her slides. Okay. Perfect.
Then I think you're good, Jean.
There we go. Okay. Thanks. So one of the things about our process that's a little confusing and sometimes trips people, I haven't figured out a way to make it less confusing, but it is that the cultural resource compliance statement form is submitted toward the end of the project when you're submitting for reimbursal, but the work needs to happen up front before any on the ground work is done. So again, think about the stakes, think about it doesn't make sense to do after the fact. Okay, we've already like excavated this whole area. Were there any no, it's before the fact. And it's hard because of the way our system works. So I've seen people get confused by that. But even though the compliance statement form is due toward the end, you need to do the work up front before you do any on the ground work. I'm having some okay, so sometimes people ask about paying for a survey. And for the most part, you don't have to worry about budgeting for like a cultural resources survey or an on-site monitor, that kind of thing. But if you are funding your project out of implementation, or sometimes it gets called CTA money, you will have to budget for that. That's the exception. Everything else, the project manager takes the pool of money they have available for grants, and they hold back a portion of that to pay for any cultural resource, surveys, monitors for that pot of grant money. So if you have any questions about it, you want to double check with the program manager, great. But I believe CTA / implementation is the only exception to that, where you will need to budget, or because you're doing it early on, maybe you do the process and you find that there are no concerns expressed, and so there will be no need for the survey, and you won't have to cut into your budget. It's one of the advantages of having it need to be upfront. You would know that. So I'm just we're gonna talk about tribal relations later on. Gideon's actually far more qualified than I to talk about any of this, but I'm just gonna relate what 2102 says about the what if that I hear a lot from districts, sort of hey, but what if a tribe objects to a project? Like, is it dead? And what happens? And I think Kim has a little bit of this as well, but I'm just going to speak to it in terms of the process that 2102 lays out, which is what it would come down to, like if it needed to come down to that. And there's more detail in the language of 2102. It's on the web, it's on our website, it's on DAP's website. But basically, if there's a concern, stop and engage. It may be that folks just want more information. Maybe there's an additional survey need, or they want to know more about the project so they can understand what the likely disturbance is, that kind of thing. And that may allay concerns, and that may be the end of it. It may be that there remain concerns and there's the ability to modify the project. I've seen this happen, just shifting where a pipe was going to go was enough to avoid the area of concern, and it wasn't a deal breaker for the project, and no problem. But then I get the question, like, what if we really, the project proponent was really pushing it and the tribe just was opposed? What would happen? What would happen is it would ultimately go to OFM to decide. And it would be, the funding agency, the commission, Goya, DAP, tribes. And at the end of the day, as I understand it, the OFM would be the decider. So I've never seen that happen. I'd be curious to know if Rob had ever seen this happen. There's really usually no need to go to this level. Usually there's every opportunity to work out something that that everybody can live with. And projects get canceled when there's too much of a concern. Sometimes I've seen that as well. But anyway, I wanted to answer that question since I get that periodically. And again, this is just from 2102. This is not sort of broader how transportation is supposed to work or anything like that. That's not my expertise, but here's sort of what two says the process is. I want to make sure that folks are aware of the resources that are on the commission website. You want to do a show of hands and see who's cruised around the commission website and is familiar with the documents that I'm listing here. I understand CTD can tell us how many hands are raised. So please raise your hands if you have been on the commission website. Thank you. I hope some folks have, right? So thank you. So we try to put everything that you need on there. And that first one, the cultural resource review process, that's your instruction booklet. That's how to navigate the process. And it takes you step by step. If it doesn't make sense, if you find something that doesn't fit, please let me know. But start there. That's going to answer the vast majority of your questions. If you're new, if you want a refresher, start there. It's really your instruction booklet. Of course, we have links to DAP's Easy One form. There are template letters you can use. You're not limited to those. You can modify or use your own, as long as you're covering the required information. There's a sample UDP, which Kim's going to talk about the importance of. And of course, you can always call me. I never want you to guess or worry. Just always get in touch if you're not sure about something. Sorry, my keyboard decided to die right now. So the other sort of bureaucratic note I want to make is this is separate from and additional to any notifications that you're making under the Climate Commitment Act. So a lot of you probably haven't run into this, but for those who have, there is a requirement in the Climate Commitment Act that any projects funded out of there require the proponent to notify DAP and the tribes. And there is one of the parties that must be included in that notification is the cultural resource lead at the affected tribes. So it's very confusing. It looks duplicative of the cultural resource process. And I've had people ask, I've let the cultural resources folks know about this project. Do I still need to do the cultural resources review? And the answer is yes, you do. The statute in the CCA is very clear that this is separate from and additional to the requirements for cultural resource review. Just as a process note, lots of things connected to the way we work with Climate Commitment Act funding right now are pretty clunky. And we're hoping for process improvements going forward. But right now, the statutory language is the statutory language. And so we need to do what we need to do. Just wanted to make sure people knew about that. Let's see if it'll advance for me. Okay, great. That is it. I just had the 2102 in case you wanted to refer to it. Are there any questions on my section before? I think most of them are going to get answered by Kim, and I'll be around during Kim's. But if there's anything, like I said, that wasn't clear that you want to ask about, that would be a good time.
I see a question up here that Chevelle posted, asking if covered letters need to go to Goya, as well as DAP and the affected tribes. And I don't think there's a requirement that you send consultation letters to Goya, but I have always included that as a courtesy. I've never once in all my years heard back from Goya, but I think it's a good idea to send it to them. They just file it, just them keeping an eye on different projects going on around the state. So I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything that says you have to.
No, I think it's just DAP and the tribes.
Yeah. And then I saw another one saying, who does these types of surveys? If you're talking about cultural resource surveys, in this state, you have to be an archaeologist who is Secretary of the Interior qualified. So you have to have a degree and be up to speed on what you're doing. There is a consultant list on DAP, and I think there's a consultant list on the commission website as well, I believe.
I think there still is, yeah.
Okay. I have no idea about this climate commitment question, Jean. This is all new to me.
Yeah, thanks. And I can't type right now.
Okay.
So I'll just answer it. No, we didn't put it on the cultural resources site because we didn't want to confuse the issue, right? So it has its own page. You should be able to find it on our website, Kelsey, but if you can't, let me know. It has its own infrastructure on the website because we wanted to separate those two. They're not the same. They don't. Yeah. Oh, good. Thank you.
All righty. Am I up? If we're done with questions for right now, let's get started. I see Eric. Hi, Eric. I finally saw your face. I have worked with him online numerous times, but I've never met him. So it's nice to put a face to the name. Let's get into what your responsibilities as a planner are in respect to cultural resources and how we go through the process. So we're going to cover a whole range of topics. I wrote it down here so I could kind of outline it. I'm going to provide information pertaining to the paperwork that you as planners will be required to complete to initiate a cultural resources review, how a cultural resources review impacts your project timeline, and how it's important to budget that time in. Everybody wants their projects done yesterday. Landowners all want them done 2 weeks ago, but that's not reality. And so because the cultural resource process can take time, it's helpful to budget that time in and make sure your landowners are aware of how long this can take, and that way they will be more relaxed and be able to go with the flow a little bit better. And also we're going to take a look at unanticipated discovery plans, and then I'm going to invite everyone to watch a video that is put out by the Department of Ecology that does an excellent job of covering this topic. And some districts might call it an IDP, inadvertent discovery plan. Others call it a UDP, unanticipated discovery plan, but they're the same thing. So we're going to start out with the very beginning. How do you know when or if a cultural resources review is needed? And Jean touched on this, that if you know that your project is going to involve ground disturbance, you should plan for a cultural resources review. If you have a proposed project that does involve modifications or alterations to an existing structure that is 50 years or older, you should plan for a cultural resources review. If you have a project that has no ground disturbance, which is rare, and no alterations to existing structures 50 years or older, then you may not require a cultural resources review. I want to add one caveat on this. Just because you have to plan for a cultural resources review and fill out the paperwork and initiate consultation, it doesn't mean you will every time need a full on-the-ground cultural resource survey. and a report. So just keep that in mind. But you should at least plan that you're going to have to look into that, and it's going to take some time. Can we move on to the next slide now? So once you've determined your project may require a culture resources review, you'll have to fill out the easy project review form, and you're going to fill out that form and then submit it to the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, DAP, and interested tribal parties. And as we just mentioned earlier, I usually send one on to Goya as well. This initiates consultation with DAP and interested tribal parties and provides them the opportunity to review your project proposal and provide input regarding any concerns they may have associated with said project. And I have the link on the DAP site to find the project review form. And I think we might have that on the commission website too, but I would recommend using the DAP one because they're going to have the most updated form. Next slide. Okay, here is the easy project review form. And I'm sure most of you are somewhat familiar with it, but for the sake of those who maybe aren't, we'll go through it. This form is a PDF that you can download and you can enter information on your computer. It can be kind of clunky sometimes, so just kind of bear with it. But step one, you're going to fill out section 1 with your project title, property name. Make sure you put the address in there if it has a street address, with city, state, and zip, and the county. Some properties, I'm thinking of livestock pipelines or fences that are out in the middle of some big range section. You may not have a property address. You could put a parcel number in there if you have a tax parcel number, but the township range section is going to be really important in that instance. Next to that, above that, they want just a real brief 1 to 2 sentence description of your project. You're putting in a livestock 7,000 foot long livestock pipeline with 4 troughs. It can be pretty, this could be very brief. Section 2, check all that apply. Is this new construction, demolition, ground disturbance, renovations, acquisition? It could be more than one thing. Check any that apply. Then buildings. Do you have buildings that are 45 years or older? If you don't know, you can put not sure, but you can, this is what I do when folks send me project review forms and surveys needed. I always go right onto Tax Sifter. I look up that property and look at how old structures on that property are. That way I know in my own mind kind of what I'm dealing with. And then this is the part people ask me for help with and I never know. Do you have federal funds, permits, other issues of that sort? It's important to know where all your funding is coming from so you can fill that out. For commission funded projects, I always have people put Jean's information under the state agency information. So her information is included in this training. She can put her information in there in that section. And then in section 4, it's going to be your personal information so that people can contact you if they have questions. And then if we move to the next slide, here's where we kind of get down to the nitty gritty. It's really important to fill this part out as thoroughly as you can, because this is what's providing information on the current conditions where your site, where your project is going to occur, what your project is, what's the goal, what is your project benefiting, and then how's it going to be implemented, what ground disturbance is associated with your project. So the first one is provide a detailed description of your project. And for, let's say, the pipeline trough example, the landowner proposes to install a livestock water trough or livestock pipeline and several water troughs to improve rotational grazing on their rangeland, something of that nature. So you're providing some of the benefits your project is going to provide to the landowner and to the resources, the natural resources within your project area. And a little bit, it's going to give them an idea of the scope of the disturbance. The next section, describe existing project site conditions. This is where it's important to provide information. Let's say you're dealing with a pipeline that's going through an agricultural field. Do we have any history from the landowner or tax records on how long that property has been tilled? What kind of past disturbance do we have, and what is the existing condition? For fence lines, areas that burned within the last 6 to 8 months are going to have much less vegetation that's going to need to be removed than, say, an area that has been previously undisturbed through fire or human conditions that might require a lot of brush removal. So we're just trying to put all the information we can into these sections to give a well-rounded picture of the existing conditions and how our project is going to impact that. The bottom one goes into a detailed discussion, asks for a detailed discussion about ground disturbance. And we're going to go through a whole series of slides and some of the more common practices. And I'll talk about how we want to describe what would go in this paragraph. So that's going to be like 2 slides away. But if you can go to the next one. Okay, this is the 3rd page. This is where they ask for a map. And they want a map that has a clear depiction of what your project area is, what the area of potential effect is, the boundary, and then what's going to happen within that, where your pipeline's going, where they're drilling a well, where they're developing a spring, where they're putting troughs, where they're putting a pivot pad, whatever the case may be, where they're putting BDAs, where they're planting. I find this form to be very clunky. So if you cannot get it to upload a map, if you can't right click and insert a map, which I have luck with about 20% of the time, it's perfectly okay to leave this page blank. And when you send your Easy Project Review form, just send a separate PDF with your map. That's perfectly okay. Some people have really good luck with it. I don't have the magic touch. So don't let that stress you out. We can go on to the next page. Okay, so I've already said this, but let's just recap. It's important to provide detailed descriptions of your project and potential ground disturbance associated with implementation of all practices. This will provide consulting parties with the information they need to make requests for survey, provide comments relating to the project, and allow them the opportunity to ask questions and voice concerns. Now keep in mind, after you submit this form, it starts a 30-day comment period. So it starts a clock, if you will. And with as busy as everyone in this world is nowadays, they may not get back to you until that close to the end of that 30-day period. In fact, they might come back a little beyond that, and we still try to honor to the best of our abilities any of their concerns. But if during that 30-day period or shortly after, your project changes and your APE is now different, or you have added a practice, or if something has changed, there's a really good chance you have to resubmit your review form and start that 30-day comment period over. If it's a tiny little change, you're adding a little bit more to your pipeline, or you're planting a couple more plants, you can probably just email DAP and the tribes that you've consulted with and let them know there's this minor change. But if it's more than just the teeniest little thing, you really need to start over again. So that adds another potential month to the initial review process. So we want to be really careful and make sure we fill that form out as completely as possible. I see a question on here asking if the map's supposed to be a topo. But we used to send a topo and an ortho, and if you want to do both, that's fine. We send topos always at 1 to 24,000 scale. Orthos, we're going to be more zoomed in, so we can really see those practices well. But you don't have to. You can just send an ortho. Just whatever you do choose to send, make sure that it clearly shows where those VMPs are going to be installed. Can we go on to the next slide? So we're going to talk about fencing. We do lots of fencing in this part of the state. I'm in North Central Washington, where it seems like all of our fences have been burned up by wildfire recently. So we've been busy, lots of fencing projects. In your paragraph describing your ground disturbance, we want to know the length of the fence and the materials that will be used to start with. We used to do primarily wooden posts and braces for our fences with the metal T-posts in between. Since the last 10, 15 years, we kind of made a change, and I see a lot of fences consisting of steel corner posts and braces with metal T-posts. And then that way, if there's another fire, you have a better chance of salvaging your fence. But no matter what kind of materials you're using, we want to know how they're going to be installed. Are there going to be hand dug holes? Are you going to be using a shovel or a post hole digger or an auger? Are you going to pound the posts into the ground? If you have rocky ground, like so many of us do, are you hiring a contractor that's going to be drilling holes to put those posts in? Or are they going to be digging holes and then setting them in concrete? All of that information is pertinent. We want all of that information to be succinctly put in that description. Another thing that's really important to cover is the equipment that will be used in constructing the fence line. Smaller fence lines, smaller operations, it might just be you, an ATV, and a post with your wire hooked onto it that you roll out. But if you're using a contractor that's putting in fence all day long, every day, all summer long, they might be using a skid steer. They might be using a bigger tractor. I've seen ranchers that want to use the big old railroad ties for their corner posts and their gate posts, and they bring an excavator out and dig holes to set those. So it's important to include that information. And then the other thing that's really important is, what are the existing conditions within the fence line? Are they going to have to come in with a brush hog and mow things down or pull out trees? Is there going to be brush clearing required? And then with everything, we want to cover access. Is the access going to be existing farm access roads? Is it going to be across open range? Make sure that you include that. And if it's going to be going over open range, it might be a good idea on your map to show your access route, how you're going to get to where your fence line is going to be. The next slide, I'm sorry, I should have had you advance this sooner, Jean, I'm sorry. But we have a bunch of pictures that show different fence installations. All of these are showing wooden braces and gate posts, and then long stretches of T-posts. These are all in areas that had burned earlier that year, so there wasn't any brush removal in any of these. Let's move on to the next one. For fence removal, the VMP is called obstruction removal. It's similar to a fence installation. What's the condition of the obstruction being removed? Are the posts intact? Down? Have they rotted off at ground level? Are they partially buried? Same with the wire. Is the wire partially buried and overgrown? How are they going to remove it? If you're going to be able to go through with a T-post razor and just lift T-posts out of the ground, cut your wire up into small chunks and roll it up, the disturbance will be minimal. If you can switch to the next slide. Sometimes though, and you can see in this upper right and this middle photo in the bottom too, that's the same fence line. It just disappears into the ground. It has been consumed by this soft ground in this meadow. And this one, the landowner, their plan was to hook onto it with a small dozer and yank it out of the ground, which was going to result in a lot of ground disturbance. So that's an important thing to look at when you're talking about obstruction removal. And it's important to describe what that level of disturbance is going to be. We can move on to the next one. Large woody debris. Large woody debris, and I'm gonna looking through my slides here really fast. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of tag beaver dam analogs, BDAs, into this same discussion, because BDAs I see much more commonly with commission funding. I see large woody debris less often with commission funded projects. Large woody debris typically involves the installation of large root wads that can be 20 to 50 foot long to reduce stream bank erosion and provide habitat in water corridors. BDAs are more typically put in smaller stream courses with the majority of the work being in-stream work. For either one, it's important to estimate the size and the dimension of each of your features. So I'm calling each large woody debris structure a feature, each BDA a feature. So you'd want to describe how many features you're going to have and how they will be installed. So a BDA that's installed within an inside stream bank that's going from bank to bank and isn't going out onto the terrace on either side of the stream, it would be important to describe that. You're going to pound posts into the stream bed. You're not going out on the terrace. If it's not as incised and you're going to be stretching that BDA out several feet onto the terrace, make sure you describe that. With large woody debris, are you going to be placing the logs on the ground surface near the stream bank and anchoring them? And I just finished a project where they would stack like anywhere from 8 to 14 logs in a kind of a rectangular pattern. And there was very little ground disturbance. They might bury the very end of the tree into the log into the bank. Most of the wood though was exposed, and then they use a vibratory thing to pound piles and anchor the logs to that to hold the structure together. If you switch to the next page, these photos show how in my earlier days and how it's done sometimes with large woody debris, where they're taking, you can see the first picture in the upper left, this is the eroding stream bank prior to any kind of construction. You can see in the second large photo, you see the excavator in the background there, and you can see some large woody debris, the root wads sticking out along the toe of the slope. Those were 30-foot long logs they had to trench way back into that slope, and you can see the depth was quite a bit of disturbance. In the lower left photo, you can see it. They've anchored them and started to slope the bank and pretty things up. And then in the last photo, they've gotten 2-to-1 slope, I believe is what they did, mulched it. It's prepared for seeding now. So if you've got a project like that, you want to make sure that you encompass in your area of potential effect all of the ground that's going to be impacted by trenching and sloping and planting, because it can cover a sizable area. The more recent large woody debris projects I've worked on, much of the work is contained more to the toe of the slope, right up along the eroding bank and out into the water. It's less disturbance, but still make sure you do your best to define that area of potential effect clearly. Similarly, sometimes when these large woody debris are installed, one of the actions that may occur after they're installed is that the current will alter. It will flow, and instead of cutting into that bank, it will kick the water out in a different direction, which can result in erosion somewhere else. So it's important to kind of work that through your brain, and when you're doing a survey or you're monitoring, inspect those areas where you may have erosion. I know with beaver dam analog projects, when they put in PALs, post-assisted log structures, for those of you who are familiar with those serve a purpose of causing the stream flow to change direction and cause some erosion on the opposing bank that will help to move sediment downstream. They'll be caught in the BDA down lower, which can help to raise the water table. So I always ask about that before I do a survey. That's something I want to see in that easy project review form if they're putting in PALs, because I'm going to be concerned about where they're directing the water, where there could be additional erosion, where there could be buried sites there that will be exposed or impacted. So that's it's a lot of description for these. So just I would go overboard with your description. Try to encompass all of the different areas that could be disturbed that you can imagine. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Culvert removals, bridge installations. We see projects like this. Typically, these are, again, going to be funded through agencies like RCO, who has a big fish passage focus that they have a lot of projects on. But I know after wildfires in my part of the state, we did a lot of bridge installations where there had been undersized culverts that blew out during debris flows following wildfire. So it happens that you'll have bridge installation type projects. Typically, these are done when at all possible. They have to do it during a fish window when the water's at the lowest level. But when you're filling out your description, make sure that you once again are paying attention to that area of potential effect. What is the size of and scope of ground disturbance? Are you going to have abutments, wing walls, riprap? Approaches that are going to have to be built. Typically, these bridge decks sit up higher than what the culvert would have sat, so they have to build up approaches. You need to take into account all the different equipment that will be needed to complete the work. Track hose, excavators, skid steers, dozers. Are they going to be bringing in dump trucks? Is the access good enough, big enough, wide enough to allow passage of all of this equipment and a bridge deck? Or are they going to need to widen or cut brush or trees to improve access so that the equipment can get in there? All of those kinds of questions need to be addressed in your easy project review form so that others can visualize kind of the extent of the disturbance. The other thing I didn't talk about yet is if there's enough water flowing that they need to deal with that during construction, how do they propose to deal with that? Are they going to put up a copper dam and trench around the project area to allow the water to flow? Are they going to put in a copper dam and pump water through a pipe around project area and back into the stream? All of those are different issues that should be addressed in your easy project review form. Can go on to the next slide. And here it's just showing how much disturbance it can be putting in a small 25-foot bridge. It can be a lot of disturbance. So you want to make sure to encompass all that. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Planting projects. We do a lot of planting in the state. And if you look under our list of likely soil disturbing, likely not, this is a bone of contention for me. This is where Jean says, if you think it's going to be ground disturbing, even if it says it might not be, err on the side of caution and say it's ground disturbing. Planting projects can really range in the amount of ground disturbance. We have some forestry planting projects where a hodad or a planting bar is used, just stuck in the ground, pulled back. You stick a bare root plant that's 6 inches or less in the ground, compress the soil with your foot, you move on. Very, very little disturbance. And then you have planting projects that involve 2-gallon pots or bigger, where you're digging holes by hand. I've had projects where landowners use a mini excavator and go out and dig trenches and plant things. So it's very important to specify the length, width of the planting area and the depth and width of the holes that are going to be dug for each plant. And then an estimate of how many plants. And that can be just a rough estimate, but it's a good idea to add that. And just a note for those of you who are doing a lot of planting projects, your archaeologist will appreciate it if you put in a brief list of the types of plants that you plan on planting. It's not as important for the easy project review form, but if you need a survey, your archaeologist will thank you for it. Another thing that is a good idea to put in there is, are you going to need to put browse cages around your plants? If so, are you going to do the little individual ones with a stake, explain what those are going to look like and how they're going to be installed? And then other places, other projects, they'll just put up a barrier fence. And if you go to the next slide, I've got pictures of in this bottom right, somebody who's putting up barrier fencing. So they've pounded in the taller T-posts and they're attaching the fencing to it. Where other ones just do the small. I thought there were some showing. I guess not. I'm not seeing it in this upper left. The little wire cages that you can put around it. But make sure you include all that in your review form. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Pipelines. We have pipelines for all kinds of different projects, orchard upgrades, irrigation upgrades, cropland. Yes. And livestock watering systems. In most cases, pipelines are buried to depths of 3 feet or more, and most will require a cultural resources survey. So if your project involves pipeline installation, describe the proposed length and depth of the pipeline. Give a brief explanation of what the pipeline will surface, and will it connect to an existing water source? Are you going to have a new well drilled? Are you going to develop a spring? Or is there a main line there that it's going to tie into? And if it's like a livestock pipeline, is it going to terminate at a trough? Is this a new trough or an existing trough? And will there be, if it's an existing trough, will they have to dig down to tie into that trough? If it's a pivot pad, do you have what is that going to entail? Always remember too, if you're talking about an irrigation system, do you have power? Do you have an electrical source that needs to be trenched in? One that came up the other day, do you have new power poles that are going to have to be put in? So make sure you have that information as well. And then, just like with the other ones, we want to know the equipment that will be used to implement the project. Typically, you have an excavator for putting in pipelines. It's a good idea to say if it's rubber or steel tracked, if you know. If you don't know, that's okay. Sometimes we have short pipelines and people dig them by hand. So that's, you put it in there, you're digging it with a shovel. We also have trenchers, and another one is they pull it. Can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the proper terminology now, but they cable pull, maybe they pull it in, which causes a lot less ground disturbance than trenching. So it's important to list those things. And once again, make sure that you describe your access. Is this going to be along or on an existing road, through a tilled field, across native rangeland? All of those things you want to include in there. We can go on to the next one. I've got a couple pictures of excavated trenches. So in this upper left, lower right, this was compact cobbly ground, and this is fill material that they brought in from a commercial source. Whenever you have a pipeline project going on, if they have to bed the pipeline with material because what they excavated out was so cavally. If that's coming from a borrow pit, like on a landowner's property or a non-commercial source, that will need to be looked at. The source will need to be surveyed. If it's coming from a commercial source, make sure you mention that, because then it doesn't need to be looked at. Well, we can move on to the next one. And I saw this planting project, and yes, we will come back to that. Let's do forest restoration, because it's kind of the same thing too. For forest restoration projects, forest health, we're usually going to have thinning and pruning. If it's, the other thing that we're doing a lot of here lately is using a masticator to cut down the brushy material in smaller diameter trees. So it's important to describe the equipment that will be used. Some of these projects, there's smaller trees and landowners going out with a chainsaw, felling the tree. They're using a chainsaw to remove branches up to 15-foot or higher loppers, and they're hand piling and hand carrying materials off the site. Very little ground disturbance, so that's important to know. If you're using a masticator or other heavy equipment, you're going to have, more likely have more ground disturbance. The other thing that's a real concern for cultural resources is subsurface, near surface sites that could be present, and the impact of them from burn piles. They generate quite a bit of heat, so near surface sites can be impacted. So you want to describe whether or not they're going to have burn piles. Let's see. If you're going to be felling trees and dragging them or pushing them across the landscape, we want to know that. And then if your landowner or contractor is going to be doing thinning over frozen ground, make sure to note that. That results in less disturbance. Like with all the other, you can go to the next slide. With all these other practices, if you know the kind of equipment that's going to be used, rubber trapped versus steel, mention that. If you don't know it, it's okay. But discuss your access too. Are there forest access roads? What are the current conditions? Is it reprod that needs to be thinned out? Is it a burned area you're trying to get rid of? The damaged, unhealthy, dead and dying trees? Make sure that you provide as much description as you can about what's going to be happening. I think I should probably address just a couple questions before I move on, because they deal with these descriptions. That sounds reasonable. I saw one. Okay, Kelsey. I see several planting practices on the likely non-soil disturbing list we referenced during cultural resources. So long as there are specific conditions that are met, primarily no use of machine scalping, scraping, excavation. I'm laughing. This is what I just briefly kind of touched on a little bit. And I know that Jean and I have discussed this before, and it's something that I'm going to be hopefully bringing up the next time, or Jean will bring up if I'm not able to attend, the next time we have a discussion with NRCS, because we go off of their project descriptions. So we use their classification, and that's what their definition is. And I've gone online and I've typed in machine scalping, and I've typed in scraping, and I've typed in excavation. And this is just me, in my opinion, most planting projects most definitely meet the criteria for ground disturbing, most definitely. And if you are in a high probability area that hasn't been surveyed in the past, and you have a concern that you could impact cultural resources, I am the person that's going to tell you, fill out that easy project review form and submit it to DAP and the tribes. and give them the opportunity to provide you with feedback. And if they have a concern and they recommend a survey, move forward with the survey. Jean, am I covering?
Yeah, so yeah, Kim and I have talked about this a couple times. It is an awkward, it's probably the single most awkward place in the whole, the two lists. And, you know, we're doing all this riparian planting now, so it's coming up a bunch. And as Kim described and as Rob described, like riparian areas are super high likelihood of important cultural resource sites, right? So, you know, if you're using an auger, if you're using containerized stock, I always advise people for sure. Like, I can't tell you to do it as a bureaucratic matter, right? Because we have the language we have from NRCS, and I don't have the authority or the expertise to interpret that language. You'd have to talk to NRCS, and as Kim says, we're hoping to get maybe a reworking of that if they're amenable in the next round. But yeah, I always advise people the safer thing to do is to you know, notify and see. But I can't tell you as a bureaucratic matter beyond the language that's in the table.
I see another question on here, Corey. Did you say soil that is used in a pipeline, if it is fill dirt, has to be approved? If it is the dirt from the trench that you've just excavated, if it's backfill dirt, no. If you have to bed the pipeline, I'm thinking of ones that I have been involved with where they've trenched into super cobbly material and it's not suitable for dumping right back on PVC pipeline. They've had fill material brought in. As long as that fill is from a commercial source, it does not need a cultural resource review. But if it's the landowner's borrow pit back on their back 40, where they're getting that from material, then yes, it needs to be looked at. So hopefully that answers that question. Stephen Allen, just for clarity, if they're hand piling wood to burn from thinning or fallen timber, will this always require a cultural resource survey? If they are going to burn at a later date, if any of the flash or debris created by the Forest Health Project is going to be burned at a later date, you will need to submit an easy project review form describing that project. They may not request a survey, but yes, you need to initiate consultation. If there's going to be any burning, you have to initiate a cultural resource inventory. Okay, I think we're ready for the next.
There was one question a little bit
just-
back when you were talking about maps. Just are there examples available for how maps should be formatted?
I don't think we have any on the under the cultural resources tab. I can certainly send you some, Jean, that we could put on there. I will do that. It for sure. I can do that. All righty. Was that, are we caught up, I think?
Yeah, I think we're good. There's a couple more, but you might address them. So we'll keep moving and then we'll circle back at the end if we don't get them.
Okay, the next one. Okay, so this is a, I call it a flow chart. It's not. I confuse people when I call it that. This is my steps 1 through 10 that people can use as like a checklist to kind of see where they're at in the cultural resource consultation process. And it gives you a good idea of how long things might take. So step 1, you've determined that your project has ground disturbance. And so you fill out the easy project review form. After you fill that out, you submit it to DAP and tribes or other interested parties, along with, you can use on the commission website under cultural resources, we have a cover letter template that says cover letter with easy one form. And you can fill that out and we submit, which I think this is all on the website, but or it's on the Easy Project Review form. You submit the Easy Project Review form to 2102 at, it's embarrassing, I'll get it wrong.
Sorry. At dap.wa.gov.
Thank you. It's just
Yeah.
in my computer, it just does it. But that's on the top of that Easy Project Review form. And then you can, if you don't know the tribes that you're going to consult with, you can go on and look at the commission website and look and see which tribes are ones that in your area you would consult with. And it's got a list of contact information so you can see who to send it to. And after you send that out, as we've already confirmed, we have a 30-day calendar that starts clicking off 30 regular calendar days. And at the end of that 30-day period, or during that 30-day period, one of these following things will happen. You will receive no comments or questions that require a response, and your cultural resource review is complete. You have done what you need to do. I'm going to just put a caveat on there. You will never get no response because DAP gets back really quickly. Rob's like magic. Sometimes I swear he hits send back before I can hit submit. He's amazing. He gets them right back to you. The second possibility is that someone will respond with comments or questions, and you'll be able to resolve that through a quick phone call or an email, and they will have no other concerns. Once again, you're done with the process. The third is DAP or the tribes will request a cultural resource survey. And if that happens, then you're on to step 5. And at step 5, an archaeologist, you have to contract with or contact and get a hold of an archaeologist and have them do the cultural resource review. And an archaeologist will, once they've gotten your project information, they will conduct a background literature review, which involves a whole host of resources that we look at to develop background for the project and to help give us insight into things of interest that you have a high probability of being within the project area. We'll go out and do the field work, which typically will involve a visual inspection of the project area and subsurface testing. And then we will write up a report of our findings that describe everything we did and what we found. During the fieldwork portion of it, cultural resources may or may not be identified. If they are, they're recorded. And if it's something that not only do we record them, but we archaeologists evaluate them to make a recommendation as to whether or not the site is a significant site, if it should be protected. And DAP will then look at that and agree or disagree with us. And if our project if the project has the potential to impact cultural resources, then that could lead to additional consultation. So if you move down to step 6, the archaeologist will upload the completed survey to DAP and provide the district with a copy of the report. The planner will then fill out the form titled cover letter with the survey to DAP and send it on to DAP. That lets DAP know that there's a report sitting in Wizard ready for their review. Then you'll fill out the form titled cover letter with the survey to tribes, fill those out, and send a copy of that cultural resources report with that cover letter to the interested tribal parties. And then once again, we've got our 30-day clock that kicks in, and they have that 30 days to review that report. And if they have comments or concerns, get back to you. At the end of that 30-day period, once again, just like at the top, you have those 3 scenarios. You won't receive any comments and you've finished the process. You'll have comments or questions that you can address and resolve just through a phone call or an email, or it'll be an issue that is going to require additional consultation. And that's going to be typically if you find a site that's going to need some protection, it may require some adjustments to your APE, maybe shifting a fence line, shifting a pipeline, avoidance, or potentially, if it's something that can't be avoided, additional consultation. So this is just a snapshot that gives you some ideas for what I talked about earlier with planning and building that time into the process. If you have that 30 days up front, 30 days at the end, there's 2 months right there. And then that middle step 5, I say give the archaeologist at least a minimum of 30 days in order to get the survey done, get the report written, and get it back to you. So it takes a lot of time. We can move on to the next slide. So yeah, the process takes a lot of time, and it has to be completed before your project implementation can begin. So it's really important to build that into your plan. And it's also a really good idea. The first time landowners might hear about this cultural resource review requirement is through the planner and talking to the landowner. It's one of the things that's in your packet that you have to fill out. So it's good to speak with your landowners about the potential that a cultural resource survey will be required and what that entails. If you have a landowner that's concerned, that voices some hesitation, if it's someone that I work with, or if you want advice, I'm more than happy to talk with landowners or to talk with planners to help them in this process. For the most part, people are fine with it, but every now and then you get someone who's concerned about it. I would advise everyone to take advantage of the resources provided by the Commission and DAP to learn more about cultural resources in our area. There's a great link on the Commission website to the Field Guide to Washington State Archaeology that DAP has put out. It's a great resource, and it breaks it down, and it talks about it breaks it down, so it talks about different types of archaeology you might see in different parts of the state, along with an overview, somewhat like what Rob gave us earlier today. It talks about the history that goes back as far as some of the earliest sites found in the state. It's great. Highly recommend people look at it. And then we can move on to the next one. I kind of touched on this a little bit, but we can just go a little bit better, a little deeper here. What happens during the cultural resources survey if we find cultural resources? So we're doing the survey, we find cultural resources. Just so you have a little background on what happens behind the scenes, what the archaeologist is doing. So if cultural resources are identified during the survey, the archaeologist will document the resource or resources and make a recommendation regarding whether or not the resource is eligible for listing on the National Register. We also have the Washington State Barn Register. We have the Washington State Heritage Register. So there's a number of different registers that sites could be eligible for. And they can be listed on more than one. I mean, they could be eligible under more than one. So to make this determination, archaeologists use the following criteria: A, B, C, or D. A, the resource is associated with important events that have contributed significantly to the broad pattern of our history. B, the resource is associated with the lives of persons that are significant in our past. C, the resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of a time period or method of construction, represent the work of a master, or possess high artistic values, or represent a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction. All of that is encompassed under criteria C. And then criteria D, have yielded or may be likely to yield information important in prehistory or history. So those are the 4 different criteria that we use to evaluate a site. But in addition to those criteria, The documented resource must retain not all of these necessarily, but a majority of these different elements of integrity: location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. So if a cultural resource is determined eligible, the most common strategy that can be used to mitigate impacts is avoidance. So like I said, if we can shift that pipeline a little bit, if we can shift that fence, if we can not plant in that one little area, whatever the case may be, if we can avoid the resource, then we are eliminating that negative impact that could occur. If it's not an option, then as I said earlier, it would require further consultation to discuss how to move your project forward. We can move on to the next one. Okay, so once again, as you can see, I can't stress this enough. This process takes time, and it is important to understand the time required to complete the cultural resources compliance portion of a project and how that can impact how long a landowner might expect it to take from the initial planning to project implementation. If you have an archaeologist that you work with at your district to get projects done, it's always a good idea to reach out to them early in the process, maybe even before you get that easy project review form submitted. Let them know. Let them know that you've got this project that you're putting together, and it's a probability, it's a highly likely scenario that a survey will be required, so that they can give you an idea as to whether or not they're going to be able to squeeze that into their schedule, or maybe you need to be looking somewhere else. So right now, people are really, really busy. Archaeologists are really busy, and you don't want that to be, a hang up in moving your project forward. So the earlier you let them know, the better it'll probably work out. This on here I have plan on a full 120 days from start to finish. And we hope that's not going to be the case, but it can be that or even longer. So make sure you budget that time in there. And then segueing on to the next part, regardless of whether or not your project requires a full cultural resources review, so easy project review form, survey, report, final consultation, if your project has ground disturbing activity, you will need to have an unanticipated discovery plan in place, or like I said, unanticipated discovery, inadvertent discovery, whichever your district uses. The next slide goes through the template. I believe we have this. I think we have this on the commission website. So I won't go through every bit of it, but the beginning introduction just lists which district that you're assisting a landowner to do a project. Recognizing cultural resources. Number 2, this is why I want everyone to watch the video that we're going to play in just a minute, because they do an excellent job of providing you images of things that you'll want to be on the lookout for. Number 3, this is one of the real important parts. You want your on-site responsibilities. If the landowner, the contractor, or you as a conservation district, if you're doing the work, if you find something that qualifies as a cultural resource, you want to stop work in that area. You want to stop it, secure the area, and then you want to reach out to, if you're a landowner, you want to advise them to reach out to the district. The district can then reach out to the archaeologist. If you are a district member, can reach right out to whoever you deal with to do your archaeology. If you don't have somebody who you routinely call, you can call DAP. You can call them and touch base with them and ask them how you should proceed. But you want to make sure that you address it, like Rob was saying, time is of the essence. You want to do that right away. You want to notify somebody of what's going on. If you can go on to the next slide, this just breaks it down more. If an archaeologist examines a find and determines it's not archaeological, then you can go right back to work. If it is archaeological, and we'll have to make more notifications, get into some permitting, And if the find is human remains or funerary objects, then we need to move on. Can you go to the next slide? That would be step 5. And this is special procedures for the discovery of human skeletal material. And Rob talked a bit about this, and I'm just going to go through the IDP or the UDP, and we'll just go through it point by point. The landowner or other responsible person will immediately notify a local law enforcement agency or the coroner's office before completing other steps in Section 3. So stop, make the call. If ground disturbing activities encounter human skeletal remains during the course of construction, all activity will cease. Stop everything, not just in that area. Stop, secure the site, and allow that county coroner or sheriff, whoever it is, to get on site. They will assume jurisdiction over the human skeletal remains, and they will make a determination of whether those remains are forensic or non-forensic. If they're non-forensic, then they will report it to DAP, and DAP will then take over jurisdiction. And then DAP will handle everything on their end, the notification of all the appropriate entities, and the physical anthropologist will make a determination of whether or not the remains are Indian or non-Indian, and they will report that and handle that process. You will be allowed to proceed with construction once they have let you know. Once staff has let you know that everything's been straightened out and it can move forward. So that's really important to make sure that you have that permission and you've been told it's safe to move on. Until then, do not. And yes, what you said, Jean here said, we recommend covering the remains. No photographs. Don't be gawking. We need to be respectful and secure the site. And with that, I have one slide on here that just has our contact information. Jean, the next one. And then if Jan can pull it up, we can watch the video.
Yep, I will try to get that going here. I do want to just be mindful of our time. We're at 2 o'clock, which was our break time. Do folks need a quick stretcher here before we move on? This video is, I think it's 10 or 15 minutes long, Kim?
I had 9 minutes in my head, but yeah, it's around 10 minutes long.
Yeah, something along those lines. So
yeah,
you guys good? Thumbs up. Keep going. Get your stretch break in a couple minutes. Just want to make sure we're not losing people. We're waiting for the break. Okay. Not seeing anything, so I'm just gonna go ahead here. I'm gonna stop sharing that and pull this up, and hopefully this all looks good. So
yeah.
Bear with us if it doesn't. Okay, you guys can see that. Okay, I hope. And get the volume going here. Hopefully that is good too.
This course is designed for people working in the field who might unexpectedly encounter cultural resources or human skeletal remains. This is called an inadvertent discovery. The training provides guidance so that staff know what to look for and what to do if they find something. This video covers 3 major topics. Why is this important? What to look for, and what to do if you find something. You may not often think about it, but this land we live on has had people living here for thousands of years. Sometimes we come across materials or sites left behind by ancient people, or even the bones of those people themselves. We call those materials or sites cultural resources. They provide important information about who those people were and how they lived, and perhaps even give us insight into ourselves. If we accidentally destroy these resources, they are gone forever, as by their very nature, they are irreplaceable. Because of this, these resources are protected by law. If you work outdoors, you could accidentally discover something. This training is intended to tell you what to look for, what to do if you find something, so that resources are protected and so you can comply with the law. Archaeologists study objects and sites to understand the past, how people lived, and how cultures change over time. For some people, these are their traditional and ancestral lands, and the objects and remains are of their ancestors. Archaeological sites are like ancient books, and reading those books can educate us all. Old books are fragile, however, and can be destroyed if not treated with care and respect. Cultural resources can be inadvertently discovered at any time when you are in the field, especially during construction or restoration projects with ground disturbance. Cultural resources are protected by law. If you find something and don't stop, protect, and notify, you could be faced with criminal charges and/or fines. You don't want that to happen to you or your organization. Projects could be delayed unnecessarily by ignorance or improper handling. If you don't follow proper procedure, there will be negative outcomes such as cost increase, project delay, embarrassment, and damage to tribal or other relationships. Cultural resources include historic or archaeological sites and artifacts, sacred places, traditional use areas, and buildings or structures over 50 years old that may be eligible for the historic register. Cultural resources can be found anywhere, in forests, beneath buildings, on shorelines, or even underwater. They can be on public land, tribal reservations, or private property. They may be uncovered by nature or accidentally by construction or restoration projects. An inadvertent discovery plan, often called an IDP, helps people know what to do. The most important part of an IDP are the contacts that tell you who to call to get advice or notify when you find something. Usually the IDP will have pictures of what to look for and tells you what to do. Copies of the IDP should always be available for staff access. For example, in the truck or job shack. When starting a project, the IDP should be shown to and explained to all field staff. It is especially important that people closest to the dirt be informed. They are the most likely to see something. So make sure you have an IDP on site and that everyone knows about it.
Between oat milk and almond milk, which should I drink?
Neither. It's a protein drink. You've got almond butter.
Cultural resources can be found at any time and at any place. If you are in the field and find something lying on the ground or coming out of an embankment that looks old or unusual, stop and follow the steps in your IDP. An archaeologist can tell you whether you have found something significant. If you are digging in the dirt and find something that is not dirt that looks old or unusual, stop and follow the steps in your IDP. Dark stained soils or layers with rock, shell, charcoal, or burned bones may be signs of use from people who lived here hundreds or even thousands of years ago. An archaeologist can tell you if you find something significant. If you find old, burned, or modified bones, stop and follow the steps in your IDP. The coroner or physical anthropologist can determine not only if the bones are human, but also how old they are. You might find bones that have been modified. Ancient people have used bones or antlers to make tools such as fish hooks, harpoon tips, or needles. Bones that are tools are often smooth from use and may have an unusual shape, carvings, or holes. You may find rocks that have been modified. People used stones for tools because of their strength and durability. Intact stone tools are rare finds. Most frequently, we find broken tools or pieces of stone from making them. Examples of tools made from stones include hammer stones, arrowheads, spear points, fishing weights, and even beads for decoration. You can even find some worked tools such as this pestle and hand axe that were found in eastern Washington. If you see a rock that doesn't belong, such as chert or obsidian, which are very brittle stones and highly valued for making sharp tools, stop and follow your IDP. In rare cases, you may find fiber artifacts, such as mats or basketry, that have been buried and preserved, especially in wet environments. Artifacts from history can be important too. For example, old-looking objects such as coins, glass, tools, machinery, bricks, and pottery can provide important information. From these objects, we can learn about the people who lived here back in the 1800s and 1900s. However, if you find objects that look like old munitions, do not touch them. Take a picture and notify your project manager or local law enforcement. There is a chance that old munitions could explode when handled, so it is best to call in someone with expertise. Sometimes you find remains of ships, old foundations, or evidence of other structures that may have significance. Wood and bark have been used for housing, clothing, and basketry making in the Pacific Northwest for ages. These practices continue today. Here are images of culturally modified trees, which are living cedar trees from which bark has been stripped or planks split off their sides. They are frequently found in old-growth forests. The IDP will have information that is specific to your location. Follow the steps. It will tell you who to contact and what to do. The basic steps are to stop work in the area of the discovery, protect the area from further disturbance, and notify the people listed in your IDP.
How to open your car door while submerged underwater, a fatal construction flaw in all recent.
Stop work within 100 feet of the discovery area, or a smaller area is okay if it protects the discovery. An archaeologist can help define the boundaries that need to be protected. Use people, tape, or cones to direct traffic away from the area. Often you can move work to other areas away from the discovery. Who to contact. When you find something, the IDP will tell you who to call. An archaeologist can help you assess your discovery. Often you can simply take a picture of the object with a scale, even a common object such as a pen will work, and send it to them with the location that it was found. In most cases, an archaeologist can tell by a photo whether an object is a cultural resource or not. Be aware they may need to come and take a look at it as well. The Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation may be able to assist. A professional will examine the find and confirm whether it is a significant cultural resource. If it is not, work can resume right away. If your find is significant, they will take it into temporary custody and document the site. If it is a cultural resource, the archaeologist will set the boundaries of the site that need to be protected until the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation and the tribes are notified and consulted. Through consultation, there are a number of options that might occur. They could choose to avoid the area so that nothing is disturbed, or the find could be documented and relocated, or it could be taken into temporary custody with curation. You may need a permit from the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, or DAP, to continue work in the area. What if you find bones that you think are human remains? In case of potential human remains, you will be calling law enforcement and the coroner. If you are unsure, you may also contact the physical anthropologist at the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation to help determine if your find is human remains. They may ask you to take a photo with a scale in it and send it to them. Only take a photo upon their request, because taking photos of human remains is not permitted. Do not pick up or move anything. Follow the IDP. Stop, protect, and notify. Whether you find cultural resources or human remains, it is also important to know what not to do when you find something. Do not pick up or move anything. Do not call 911 unless that is the only way to contact law enforcement or the coroner's office, or you are directed to do so in your IDP. Do not call the media or post anything on social media. Do not take pictures unless directed by DAP or the site archaeologist. Do not share information about the find unless directed to do so by your IDP. In summary, you have learned that cultural resources are important and they are protected by law. This training has provided images of many types of cultural resources that you might come across. The inadvertent discovery plan should be available on site and can tell field staff what to do and who to call if a potential cultural resource is discovered. The general steps are to stop work in the vicinity of the find, protect the area from further disturbance, and notify the people in your IDP. Thank you for protecting cultural resources.
Okay. Hopefully that came across. Sorry for the ads in there, folks, but get past those quick. Any questions on the IDP or UDP for Kim before we switch gears again? We did have one question I think still outstanding that we can maybe address when we come back from the break, Jean, around the commission's eligibility for cost share and some of that process. So we can talk about that. But right now I want to give you guys a break. Maybe we'll make it just 10 minutes instead of 15 so we can make up a little time here and get back on track a bit. So if you could all be back at just a few minutes to 2:30, 2:27, if you will. And then we will get going again. Get started again here, jump into our last session for the day. Then we'll follow up with any lingering questions and make sure you all have the links and things that you need and final words. So I will let Gideon Kaufman here take it away. He's an archaeologist with the city of Oak Harbor. And Gideon, I'll let you properly introduce yourself to our group as well.
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, I'm Gideon Kaufman. I'm the archaeologist for the city of Oak Harbor. In addition to that, I'm an enrolled tribal member, as we like to say, a tribal citizen of the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe. In my other lives, I'm a board member of the Island County Historical Society, and I'm vice chairperson of the Jamestown S'Klallam Gaming Commission. So really come from a background where there's been a lot of consultation involved as well. So whether it's working for Yakima Training Center or right here at the city, I'm going to do a presentation about what can go wrong if you don't properly consult with tribes and do due diligence. I'm sorry, there are 52 slides. And going to go through them quickly, and I promise that I'll get you out of here on time. But it'll be very interesting. So let's go ahead and get started here. Start advancing slides. There we go. So City of Oak Harbor, on Whidbey Island, north part of Whidbey. It's the largest city on the island of about 22,000 people. It's mostly Navy. So enlisted Navy. Average age is like 33 years old. And also a Dutch community. At around 2009, the city was looking at their main downtown corridor, Pioneer Way, Southeast Pioneer Way. They knew that it needed to have some improvements done, um, needed more parking. The streets were uneven, the sidewalks were uneven, and when you improve the sidewalks, they have to be ADA, so American Disabilities Act. If you're going to have ADA sidewalks, you need ADA crosswalks. Um, and so, you're going to be improving the sidewalk in addition to the street. And then there were utilities. You had water, sewer, gas, and electrical. Um, so one of the goals was to put the electrical below ground. When the city was potholing for utilities, the pipes would just dissolve. So they quickly realized that this is going to be a much larger project than just resurfacing and repainting the road. That image on the left shows those utilities, the water, sewer, and gas, and on the right is the footprint of the project. So as the city was getting started, they consulted with DAP, and DAP sent a letter saying that we strongly recommend you retain professional archaeologists to monitor and report on ground disturbing activities between Dock Street and Midway Boulevard. And the city talked to a few archaeological firms and got some cost estimates and said, thanks, but no thanks. We really don't want to make this project anymore. It was a $6 million project, by the way. So off it went. Construction began. People weren't happy because it was going to turn a two-way street into a one-way street. One thing the city did was hire a PR firm. And the PR firm set up a reader board right on the corner of Highway 20 and Pioneer Way that says, come to our shops, visit downtown, shops are open, free dirt as well. That's a little eggshell. um, so in June of 2011, human remains were uncovered. They were pulling up a piece of asphalt and a human cranium was looking back at them. So they followed the duty to notify clause that you folks talked about before. And as they were excavating, more individuals were being uncovered. DAP had also was notified, and of course law enforcement. Like I said, they followed the duty to notify. In addition to human remains, there were artifacts, so both pre-contact and historic artifacts. Then you had all that free dirt. So people would show up, private landowners would show up, and somebody would fill up a front loader and dump soil into their truck. So DAP and the city had to go to 3 different properties, knock on their doors, and say, we need to look in your yard. And the first yard they looked in, there was a femur sticking out of the front yard. So they had to take that 3,000 yards of soil and bring it back to city property. In addition to the 3 properties, some of it went to Everett cleanup site because it had been contaminated with oil. So of course, tribes were not happy about this, and there were various cases against the city. One was that human remains were found in 1983. I apologize for the photograph. I usually keep that blacked out, but those are police who are uncovering remains from Would-Be News Times photograph. then there was a history of human remains. It also had a tribal toponym of Tequitsid. Here's a photograph or an image of what the site had looked like. That free dirt. Back to that. About 3,000 cubic yards. So gives you an idea of the size. You can see my truck right there on the right-hand side. So the archaeological firm Equinox Research Consulting International, or ERCI, did the recovery out of the soil. So it took about 1.5 years and a pool of 30 people, average about 12 people a day, screening soil through 1/4-inch steel mesh. In addition to ancestral remains, there was artifacts. So with pre-contact and historic, that gun right there is a Derringer that was only built between 1870 to 1890. This shows you the cost. So it really doubled the cost. The blue is the cost of construction originally. And then the green is going through the displaced material. Pioneer Way, the recovery is of red. The outlier sites, the free dirt recovery is that small sliver. That was only a small sliver of the total cost. Oops. There we go. To get another cost breakdown for you, we had 2 different archaeological firms working for us, SWCA and ERCI, as I mentioned before. You had to have site security, we had to rent fences, we had to rent construction trailers for folks to stay in and kind of use as their field lab. So the cost really, really ballooned. And then, of course, the cost of displaced material recovery there as well. So in June of 2013, a class action lawsuit was brought against the city of Oak Harbor. So Swinomish Indian tribal community versus the city. But in addition to the city, it was also the contractors that work for us. So Petite, Strider, and KBA. All big, big firms. As Scott Deadly said, so it was a $9 million lawsuit. They settled for 2.6 million. It was a $2 million payout with a $600,000 property that was deeded to the tribe, and that property was used for reburial. So it turned a $6 million road reconstruction project into a $12 million public relations nightmare. As you saw in the previous slide, he had King 5, newspapers, and just, as Scott Deadly said, a lot of headaches for the city. As you probably have heard, tribes have a tremendous legal power here. And it really had changed the policy of the city. They hired an archaeologist, better communication with DAP and tribes. I kind of feel like we are akin to a federal or state agency is how we communicate and develop those relationships with tribes and DAP. And changing culture is difficult. Changing policy is difficult too, but it made people more aware of archaeology. Now you have private development permits being reviewed for archaeology. It also caught us sympathy, also abhorrence towards the Swinomish. I have had some coworkers say that they will not go to that gas station. Those coworkers have since left, but just really, really bad feelings. And also great reluctance of seeking a permit at times, where we had folks doing like midnight digging on the weekends and whatnot. But Pioneer Way, it's a silver street. And this last weekend, in fact, we have a music festival every Labor Day weekend. So, regardless of the headaches, it was a success. It's a beautiful street. Let's kind of shift gears a little bit. So at around the time of Pioneer Way, the clean water facility was being looked at because it was out of date. It was built in the 1950s, and it was the effluent water that it was producing wasn't clean, and that goes right into the ocean. So just an old system. The Environmental Protection Agency was really honest, saying, hey, you need to change your clean water facility. This is a picture of or a map of all of the sewer lines and whatnot. Of course, the city was a little gun shy on doing any work because of Pioneer Way, but also quite a bit smarter. So showing other parts, the RCB plan is basically the uh, clean water facility, and it would pump um, to the lagoons on the left there, which are on Navy property. So first we had to do site selection. Of course, people wanted it as far away from their backyard, but at the end of the day, we put it in the lowest spot in the city. As you know, runs downhill. So the uh, reactor, the membrane reactor, would be right next to Windjammer Park. So one of our parks. So in addition to the clean water facility, we would be doing modifications to the park as a mitigation. We've completed all these milestones. I'm not going to go through those. We knew there was going to be site constraints. We started with charrette sessions. A charrette is a group of people. As I mentioned, neighborhood concerns, also high level of odor control. It's right across the street from the baseball field, so our baseball fields would smell of raw sewage. It's also within the 100-year floodplain. So we started with geotechnical boring of the site. Cross section there. And of course, cultural resources were a concern. So having ERCI come out, they dug trenches throughout the site and other subsurface testing. You could still see scars of those trenches today. And what we had found was an old slough and also some disturbed midden and some disturbed and intact midden. So we allowed cultural resources, or the finding in cultural resources, to shape how we did design. So how project management usually works is that it's design, bid. So someone will bid on doing construction, design, bid, build. But instead of design, bid, build, we did what's called GCCM. That's general contractor, contract manager. And that allowed us to be more reactive. As we'd found cultural resources, we could change the design of the project. This is a site prep A. Again, this is all been done years and years ago. Yeah, April, we had cultural resource testing. The big part of this presentation is the memorandum of agreement. So we had a MOA between Department of Ecology, DAP, Swinomish, Samish, Suquamish, Upper Skagit, Tulalip, and Stillaguamish. So if we had run into cultural resources, we had a plan in place for how to work around them. This shows our site prep, a little video. And of course, right off the bat, we found human remains. It was about a 70% intact remains. And then we would just find remains here and there throughout the course of the project. This is what it looks like today. It's just a beautiful facility. And it was award winning. It's won an award for its concrete work. It's also an award, I believe, is from the American Public Works Association. If you're if you see the water, you are in a high likelihood of cultural resources, of kind of what we say around here. More than 50% of the city is within a moderate to very high likelihood of encountering cultural resources. And we've had situations where somebody was doing work in an area that was maybe moderately high, and encountered human remains. Forthcoming efforts, we don't worry about that. Do not hesitate to reach out to me. I'd be happy to uh, send you a PDF of this presentation. I'm also going to give it to folks at RCO. But I have probably over a dozen various presentations, some that are very much focused on tribal consultation. I have one for law enforcement, and that's it. Thank you so much for your time. How'd I do?
No, you did great.
Okay.
I'm so sorry you had to rush. I wonder, are there questions for Gideon? If not, I'm gonna sort of ask him one myself, but I want to make sure we get student questions first. Not seeing anything. Are there hands raised? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ask, and if something pops up, then we'll turn them to you. So I appreciate the cautionary tale. I think that's so valuable to hear that. One of the things that I'm starting to see more and more of with conservation districts is relationships with tribes in their area, doing joint projects, sharing project lists back and forth, influencing priorities, different things like that. And I love to see that. Do you have any sort of advice for folks who are looking to improve or even build from scratch relationship with tribes in their area?
The best thing is, you do have your letters and consultation letters and whatnot for your projects, very important. And, a nice legible map, also very important. But you're building relationships with people. And I always kind of said the work that has been done over tacos is amazing. And, there are times where I'm just on my way to Seattle, and I'll call Carrie Listy over at Still Squamish and say, "Hey, I'm in the neighborhood, want to meet for a cup of coffee." And that is really golden. Um, that's some of the best advice I could give you. And I mean, be prepared for maybe some awkward moments, but that just kind of goes with the job.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Were there other questions that came up?
I don't see anything else in the chat for Gideon, but please do go ahead and raise your hand if you have anything, or throw it in the chat. Also, as he said, we'll make all of this available to you, and definitely contact information for Gideon and all of our speakers today. So if something occurs to you later, or yeah, if you're up in his neck of the woods and have questions.
Yeah, don't hesitate. I mean, like I said, we did just have our music fest, which is every Labor Day. But we put a bunch of money into that waterfront park, like 7 million, and it looks incredible. So great place to have lunch. In addition to that is Smith Park, which was just put on the register.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I hope we can entice you back for any future trainings. You've been a real resource this time and last time. Much appreciate your time. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Anytime. I'd be delighted.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we had some sort of earlier session questions that we wanted to hold until we got Gideon his time. Is that right?
Yep. We have another like a follow-up kind of question. And if any of you have additional questions that we didn't cover on any of the things that we went over today, please do throw them in the chat or raise your hand. And in the meantime, I will read this question for you. So this question was about cost share eligibility for cultural resource surveys. from the commission, and what does that process look like? And then we also had a bit of an addition to that to cover, will the commission cover a cost of surveys when you're getting projects shovel ready or only for funded projects?
Okay, let me see if I'm interpreting. I think I've got it, and Kim, jump in. But if I understand the first one correctly, if your project is funded through anything other than implementation or CTA funding, so any of our normal grants programs, we will be holding aside funding to cover direct costs like a survey by an archaeologist or someone on site observing earth moving. We will pay for that. You don't have to budget for it unless you're using implementation, which is rare, but sometimes happens. And then the other question is about timing of that availability. It only kicks in once the award has been made, unfortunately. So you would need to find other funds. So if you're doing submitting this for review well ahead of time, which is a really good idea. Lots of districts do it. Unfortunately, you're going to have to use other sources of funding for your staff time to fill out the Easy One form, if that was the question. Maybe folks can correct me if I've misunderstood, missed something. And then you just voucher for it like any other expense if it's a normal grant program.
Okay, let us know if that didn't cover it, or follow up with Jean directly if you have specifics on your situation. I do want to just address one thing that I had a question earlier and then kind of a follow-up here, and whether or not this course will fulfill the NRCS planner certification for cultural resources part 2. And unfortunately it will not. This is not an NRCS course. This is really made for district staff and addressing our process. So this is not going to check the box on your NRCS planner certification. And then the kind of the follow-up to that is, when will that NRCS specific course be offered again? It was actually offered this summer to NRCS staff, but it's been several years since that class was held, and so there's quite a backlog, both of CD staff and of NRCS staff that needed that course. So there were so many NRCS staff that needed it that they did not have any availability to offer seats to district folks this time. So the class was held. You may have heard about it or had NRCS staff that that went to it, but we did not get any seats for district staff this year. I think they're going to start holding that class much more regularly and hopefully hold 2 sessions next year. We've talked about that to be able to clear this backlog of folks. And I know that there are people definitely in our district staff and on this call too, that's like, it's the last thing they need for their planner certification. So you're on my radar and we're working on it. And I hope that in this next, this coming federal fiscal year, which they're just about to start a new federal fiscal year, that we will get folks through that. So stay tuned, make sure you requested it on the TNI, a training needs inventory, if you are in that boat of looking for the certification. But this one is really just so we all understand the process specifically for districts. And let me know, email me if you have questions about it. And then there is another one.
Yeah.
That maybe I'll let one of you.
Corey, is it Corey's that you're looking at? Yeah. So yeah. I'm going to try Corey, and you tell me if I miss it. It sounds like the crux of your question is, who is running cultural resource review for that project? If you've got multiple funders, somebody needs to take point. So we defer to RCO, we defer to ecology. If they are doing cultural resource review for the entire APE, right, with the entire possibility for soil disturbance of your project, we will defer to that. Just make sure it happens. But maybe that's not your question. I don't know, Corey, do you want to come off mute or something? Make sure I'm understanding you. I'm sorry if I'm not.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was just interested. I've been, I guess it was kind of secondhand, but somebody had said to me, make sure to let the agency handle the cultural resource review, because you don't want to, I guess they said just because it might come across a little rude or something like that, to take the project and move forward with it and let DAP know and the tribes know before they were ready. And I don't know, this was from somebody from NRCS, so it might be, but they said, it's probably better if you let that organization handle it. But I reached out to ECY and or Ecology and didn't really get anything from them, so I was just like, well, I'll handle it. But I just wanted to know if there was like different agencies that would rather handle the cultural resource review rather than the conservation district, if that was common, or if I was just maybe kind of hearing something that was outdated or non-existent.
Yeah.
Kim, go ahead.
Can you see me chomping at the bit?
Yeah, I know, because I think Kim has the answer, so let's go on her.
So, Corey, if it's a project that is funded by Department of Ecology, and they are cooperating with your district and a landowner to install something, they are the lead agency. Same with RCO. If you have a project, a fish passage project or something through RCO, and they are, your district is the one that's implementing and in charge of planning it, but they're the funding source, they will do consultation. When we're talking about the easy project review forms and planners doing that, that is solely for commission funded projects. So for, the Department of Ecology and RCO, they're going to want to handle that consultation.
Okay, so that's kind of where I was, but then I went ahead and talked with the tribe and everything, and then got that going on another project. And so the idea, I guess, so if we were going to use an additional funding source, like say from the commission on top of like ecology to put them together to cover the whole project, then we'd still go through the cultural resource review for the easy one form, the DAP, and all that, right? Or would we just let ecology do it?
If it's one project, so if it's one project and ecology is funding part of it and the commission is funding part of it, but it's not two separate projects, it's one project, then ecology is like in the hierarchy of things, they're above us. They would be the lead agency. And some agencies handle consultation differently. Some of them have developed agreements with the tribes, and they may not do it quite like we do it, and they get a little upset if we go against the way they have it set up. Ecology a lot of times will say, we as an agency think this needs a survey, so go ahead and do the survey. When you're done with the survey, send us a report and we will make a recommendation or a determination. They get a little upset if we send letters in.
Okay.
Separate
That's what I was wondering.
So it's if you reach out to them and say, should I do this? They may not give you a real clear answer, but they are the lead agency. So I would just reach out to them and say, we have this project, you're funding it. You are the lead agency, right? And then just ask them, do you want us to have a survey done, or, are we ready to have a survey done? And they will give you that information.
Okay, so that was kind of my roundabout way of getting there, but yeah, that's what I heard that before. So thank you, Kim.
You bet.
Yeah, for all your help and your help with the Helm project. So yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Good deal.
Right. Bye.
We defer to other state agencies. Other state agencies don't typically defer to us. So that's what Kim means by.
Yeah.
Were there other questions that we'd missed? Or that people have thought of since? We have just a minute or two here. And not a one-time opportunity. You can call me anytime. I'll get back to you if I can't pick up the phone. Kim, we try to conserve her time, but she also makes herself available when she can. But please be judicious. Start with me. If I don't know the answer, we'll go to Kim, right? Yeah. Awesome. Thanks.
Not seeing anything else in the chat. I think we may be able to wrap up here. And on time after it all anyway, so that's good. It'll take a couple days here to get the video ready to share and to collect PowerPoints and things from our presenters, but all of this will be on the CTD website and also on the commission website with chat logs and slide decks and all contact information and those types of things. So if you're looking for something there, let us know if you don't find what you're looking for after all that gets posted. And yeah, always reach out, especially to Jean, if you have a question on process or where to go from here or how your situation applies. So I think that's all.
Thank you,
for
Jan, and thank you to all
me.
of the speakers, and thanks to all of you for taking time and paying attention to this important part of your work.